Why do some people assume that if you ask a question, then automatically there's always an answer that's gonna directly answer the question? Don't you know there's some questions that when you ask, you still have to go search for the answers? Mm. Don't you know that there are some questions that when you ask, you have to search for the answers? And chances is you might search and never find certain answers. If you're going to draw a conclusion simply because you don't know, if you're going to draw a conclusion without investigation, you're just foolish. There's no need to even argue with a person like that. Even if human beings were made, in fact, you guys like to talk about history, historical context. All the stories of creations actually point to the fact that all those gods in mythologies and in these old stories are actually aliens. The Greek gods, the Jewish gods, the Muslim gods, all those gods are actually aliens. Of course, everybody believed in God growing up. If you were born anywhere from the 80s, 90s in this world, chances is you were probably raised around some form of religion. Chances is you were probably raised around some form of religion. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Please tap the screen. Oh man, our views might be low tonight because all the Chief fans are sleeping. But considering that most of my viewership comes out of Nigeria, I don't know what's going on. I give you a reason as to why God made everything. Can you give me one reason aliens created human beings? You're stupid if you think that God made everything simply because you feel like it. The fact that there's different types of human and different types of life form shows that there would have had to be different types of makers if they were made. And you can definitely see, okay, if evolution is not true, and monkeys and gorillas and chimps still have 98% similarities in DNAs with human beings, that would actually suggest that monkeys and chimps were like a prototype, right? So whoever made human beings would have had to make monkeys and gorillas first as a prototype and then enhanced it to get what we know as human beings. That's only if we were created. So even within the argument of creation, there's still no need to believe in a God, especially an exaggerated version of a supreme being, which is where you guys fail. You see, your God has to be almighty, your God has to be all powerful, your God has to be all knowing for you to worship that God. And that's where you run into a problem. If you could have a God who can make mistakes, who can lie, then your God will be more realistic. Your God is unrealistic when you imagine an almighty, all-knowing, supreme being outside of space, time, and matter. That's where you make the mistake. To be honest, Venus, I do not know, to be precise. I have a rough idea in my mind, but I don't want to put it out there like that. What do you think inspires the movies? The movies are inspired by your fairy tale books. Where do you think Hollywood gets most of its inspiration from? From the Bible, from myths, mythologies, from Greek mythology, Viking mythology, Babylonian mythology, Egyptian mythology, except African mythology. African mythology is the only mythology that doesn't do good in Hollywood. Well, they kind of gave us the Black Panther, if that counts. But that's like a minor character in a major story that has nothing to do with us. Just the fact that there are different gods around the world should already tell you that if there's any element of truth within the belief systems of gods, it probably has something to do with extraterrestrials rather than supreme all-knowing beings. If you're still praying for people in 2025, you're just a fool. If you haven't figured out that prayers don't work in 2025, you're just a fool. People pray to comfort themselves for the fact that they can't deal with reality. There is absolutely no way that you utter words out of your mouth and then it suddenly happens the way you utter out of your mouth because you pray to a supreme being. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Even if you believe in God, you don't have to pray. If you pray, if you feel the need to pray when you have a problem, that's a sign that you're miserable and you're in despair. You need to start thinking and find a solution. You need to find someone in the real world that can give you real practical answers. Prayers is for hopeless people. You can be thankful and grateful without having to pray to an imaginary being. There's always a human being somewhere that you can thank for every good thing that happens to you. If you're super grateful. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's tap the screen. Let's tap the screen. What's up, Lena?
How you doing, man?
You doing all right? What you got?
I have a question.
Can you please speak louder a little bit, please?
Sorry, I have a question.
Bro.
I said I have a question.
Yeah, I said go ahead.
All right, go ahead. All right. So,
Too much noise in the background, bro.
shut up, man. It's not coming from the. Sorry about that. I'm getting out the noise. So,
Shout out, Thule.
so if you
You gonna talk, bro?
yeah, I'm trying to put my question together. All
Bro,
right,
you
so
should have been put your question together, my brother.
I did, but I'm a little stuck right now. So, wait. Sorry about that. I'm a draw right back.
Is this you, Zenka?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, hello.
God bless you.
And your father and your mother bless you too.
All right, so um, I'm trying to understand how do you believe you came about?
I don't believe I came about
How are you here?
the same way every other human being is. You know, sexual intercourse. That's how I'm here. There's no other way that I'm here. Sperm and egg. That's how I'm here. It's not a mystery.
And what is your purpose?
And it depends on how I'm feeling at whatever point in time. I live my life 1 second at a time, 1 minute at a time, because our lives are subdivided in moments, and those moments carry different measures of time, and circumstances change and priorities change. It's just straight up foolish to think that you can have a single purpose to encompass the entirety of what you would experience as life. So yeah, my purpose in this moment is to be on TikTok. As soon as I get off TikTok, my purpose is gonna change.
So you do not have any global purpose of existence.
Am I a global
You're just
entity?
you're just you're just an accident without
No,
purpose.
I'm a simplistic being who doesn't have a need to overcomplicate. I don't try to carry a mountain if I can't even carry a valley. That's why we divide time, right? We divide time because if we measure time, if the smallest unit of time was a day, then you will still have to divide the day up into different units of time. There's a reason why life, an entire lifetime and 1 second, in the grand scheme of things, there's not much of a difference. So yeah, I live my life 1 second at a time, 1 minute at a time, 1 day at a time, 1 month at a time. I compartmentalize my
Is
perspective, my goals, my purposes.
purposes. Is there any difference between you and a rat? That's
In the
exactly how
grand
they live.
scheme, in the grand scheme of things, as far as outside of individuality, no. But within individuality, there is a difference that I'm a human being and the rat is an animal of a different species.
Right. So in the grand scheme of things, you are as purposeless or purposeful as a rat. Nothing special. Nothing special.
So are you. You think you're special?
Absolutely. I have dominion.
Yeah, you
I'm
have
made
dominion
with
over your
purpose. I have
imagination.
dominion
You have dominion over what?
over on this earth. I'm made to have dominion on this earth, and it's
Okay.
evident.
The next time you see a lion, go and have dominion over it.
We have dominion over them. We have them in
Stop saying we.
cages.
Don't say we. You say
I
you.
have dominion over, yes.
You have a
I,
dominion.
human
You
being.
you
When I
have
say I mean human being. I have
no. Don't
dominion
say
over
I.
lions.
When you say I, you shouldn't be speaking in third person. Speak in first person. Talk about yourself. It's your unique
Whichever way you
experience.
want it. I have dominion over lions.
In what
Absolutely.
way?
I can control them.
How?
I can direct them. I
And
can
the lion
act
can
them,
eat you for dinner.
but I have dominion over it.
And the lion also has dominion over you because the lion
No,
can eat
it
you for
does not.
dinner. Yes, it
No, it
does.
does not.
Do
No,
lions
it
not
doesn't
eat?
have
Do
dominion over
do
me.
lions not attack and kill people?
Eating or not
Do
is not.
lions not devour? I don't know what specific thing you do that makes you think you have dominion over another species directly. If not for our social need to survive, if not for our ability to create technologies and to cage these animals, we don't necessarily have dominion per se. We have an advantage. Yes, true. But one on one, I put you in a cage with a lion. The only thing I'm gonna find when I come back is torn flesh and bones. And if you're that delusional to where you don't know that much, you don't appreciate your existence, you have an overinflated sense of self, then hey, that's you, bro.
It
Good
starts
job.
with the if. It starts with the if not for. You cannot remove the if not for. For it is so. So you cannot say if not for. I have that capacity. I control the lion. I cage the lion. I have dominion over the lion.
Yeah, in your dreams.
It's just the reality, and everybody on earth
No,
knows
it's not
this.
a
You're the only
reality.
one who doesn't.
That's a reality of your dreams. No one is stupid.
You're the only one who thinks lions have dominion on this earth over man. You're
No,
the
I
only
think
one who
logic.
thinks
I think
you're
logic.
alone in that.
We're not talking about man as a species because it's subjective. There are some places in Asia where people live in the forest, and tigers are a nightmare to those people. Prior to technological advancements, lions were a nightmare to people in Africa. You get it, bro? So if you're looking at the grand scheme of things throughout all of human history, if you're looking at every relationship between humans and lions, it just depends at what point in time you're looking at. You can say that nonsense to me because you live in 2025. We have gunpowders and bullets. But if we were to make an experiment and put it in the most naturalistic state, you as a human being, I put you in
Again,
a cage. I put you in a cage with everything that
you
nature
always
gave you, and I put a lion in a cage with everything nature gave the lion. You don't have dominion over the lion.
can
You're
we
not a
can
more
we have
powerful species than a
can
lion.
we have can we have a conversation based on fact without these ifs? You keep on saying if. We are
Do
dealing
you
with
know? Do you
facts,
do
the
you know what?
reality.
Do you know what a
We
hypo?
have dominion
Listen,
over
listen. I have to
everything
use
on
an
earth.
if. I have to use an if because you probably
No,
have
I'm
never.
not using ifs.
Listen. Have you ever seen a lion face to face?
Yes, I have.
Where
Why
and
are you
when?
using ifs though? Many times.
Have you ever seen a lion face to face?
Many times.
When and where?
Many in Kenya. Many times. Okay.
You've seen a lion
But
face
my
to face
question
in
is
Kenya.
absolutely.
Are you
Many times.
are you from Kenya?
Have I spent a good time of my life in Kenya and I've seen lions face to
Do
face.
you have any evidence?
I have pictures.
You know what face to face is?
Yes, face to face. I'm sitting inside the vehicle and I'm looking at the lion face to face.
Okay.
But the point is,
Okay. Actually, you know what? I know how to get you, because I think a lion is an easy one. Do you think you have dominion over a shark?
man, you're the only person who
I'm
thinks
asking
man
you.
doesn't have
Do you think
dominion.
you have dominion over a shark?
Man has dominion over every being on this planet. And you're the
Bro,
only person who sees it different. You live in a bubble.
brother,
Man has dominion over
brother,
everything
stop
on this
dodging the
planet.
question. You dodge the question one more time, I'm gonna move on. Don't do that nonsense. Do you have dominion over a shark? Answer my question directly. I'm not asking you about man.
Yes, absolutely.
Have you
yes.
ever seen a shark?
If I see it, I have dominion over
Oh,
it. I've
now
not
you're
gone
now you're
swimming in the
using
deep.
Eve. Now you're using Eve.
I have not gone swimming in the deeps, though.
Okay,
You're
so
talking
don't
about
say
my
that you have
personal
dominion
life.
over something you've never met.
Man has dominion over the shark.
That's not
over
my
every
argument. My
animal.
argument is not if man has dominion over a shark. My argument is if you have dominion over a shark. You, precise you as a single entity.
I have dominion over a shark.
Have you ever met a shark?
I have never expressed my dominion over a shark.
Have
because
you
I've never
ever
been in the
met
deep.
a shark?
I have not been in the deep, so I've not expressed my
Okay,
dominion
how can you
over a
say you have dominion over something you've never interacted with?
Because as a scientist,
No, let's speak in reality. Let's not speak in ifs. Let's not speak in ifs.
I did not say if. I did not say if.
Well, so then how will you know that you precisely, as a single person, you have dominion over a shark? Can you breathe underwater?
Because as a scientist.
No, don't talk to me as a scientist. Can you breathe underwater?
As a scientist, I did not
Can you breathe underwater? Answer my question. Can you breathe underwater?
No, I cannot breathe
underwater. If I put you underwater with a shark, if I put you in a shark's natural habitat, you would have dominion over the shark?
Yes, because
okay. Thank you for your time, bro.
I actually can breathe. I can breathe underwater.
You're intellectually dishonest.
Underwater.
You're intellectually dishonest. I'm not talking about wearing an oxygen tank or anything.
Why are you not talking about it?
Because human beings haven't. Human beings haven't always had oxygen tanks. Human beings haven't
oxygen tanks. That's our dominion.
Human beings
understand it.
Human beings haven't always had oxygen tanks. Have human beings always had oxygen tanks?
We do not need oxygen sharks to express the dominion. You are
brother. Answer the damn question.
Always had dominion.
Have human beings always had oxygen tanks?
We have always had dominion.
I'll mute you, bro. You don't answer my question, I'll just remove you. Answer the stupid question, bro. Have human beings 5,000 years ago, could a human being go underwater with an oxygen tank to have dominion over a shark? Do the people in your village have oxygen tanks? If your defense of gods and existences beyond humanity is grounded in you being so dishonest, bro, no doubt certain people come at you and tell you that you're ridiculous because you live in a bubble. If you want to judge, if you want to compare human beings with non-humans, you cannot isolate it to a specific generation. If you're speaking as a whole, if you're speaking of mankind, you cannot take the outliner. If you're going to speak as a whole, you have to speak about what's most natural. If I take you as a naturally born human being and I put you in the natural habitat of a shark, as a naturally born shark, you cannot dominate him. He's a prime predator. A shark is a prime predator in its natural habitat.
Is this how you always conduct your show, where you create a question that is not...
Let's guess. You're just wasting time, bro.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's going on?
I saw a couple of your videos, and I wanted to ask you. You said we were all apes, right?
Technically, we're under that
So
category.
let's say you was walking down the street and you saw a silverback gorilla. Would you be like, "Damn, that's a fine ass silverback gorilla. Let me go take it home, lay with it"?
No,
Would you do that?
no.
Why not? I thought we was all apes.
I wouldn't do that to my mom. I wouldn't do that to my brother. I wouldn't do that to my friend's mom. There's many reasons why we don't say, "Hey, that's a fine ass human. That's a fine ass person. That's a fine ass ape." There's many reasons. And part of it is I'm not attracted to that. Maybe you are.
Yeah, you said we were family, so I thought maybe you see an ape, you might want to take it home.
Do
You
you
know,
know? Do you know?
No, do you know?
Do you know what category apes fall under?
what category does it fall under?
Do you know what a great ape is?
A grade eight? That's a big old ape.
Bro, you should just tell me you were ignorant. Do you think that a monkey is an ape?
A monkey is not an ape.
Okay, what's the difference between monkeys and apes?
They just built different, bro.
Name three types of apes.
3 types of apes.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know. I don't know. They got a bunch. I just don't know. Can't think about it right now. That's something that you would know more about because that's your
Uh,
family.
how about you check out and then when you can think of it, you can come back, okay? You might be a Chiefs fan. I get it, man. Your team lost tonight. I feel your pain. Nonsensical. There is no God. There has never been a God. There will actually never be a God. Human beings are insecure about the things they don't know about their environment. And not many of us have the courage to just live life. Listen, to be honest, y'all, once something becomes a norm, it's easy to just live with the norms. Even if it's a lie. Even if there actually weren't any gods and we had proof that there were no gods, there will still be people who believe in God. You have to understand. Even if there was undeniable evidence and proof that there is no that there is a God, that there's no God, there will still be people who believe in it. There will still be people who prefer that norm, regardless of if it's true or false.
Big dog, what's going on?
What up, bro?
Man, hey man, I gotta say I'm a oh excuse me. Yeah, I gotta say I'm a huge fan, man. May your father and your mother bless you, brother.
Same to you, my good brother.
Appreciate it. Hey,
Thank you, sir.
yeah. So you say there's no God, the aliens make humans. But what if I have a relationship with God?
How would you classify your relationship with God? Is it like kind of like a self-induced type relationship within your own mind, or is it a relationship in actuality between two separate entities that have equal means of communication?
Man, that's a tough question. I guess it feels like it's inside my own mind. I mean, maybe it's me wanting that to be the case, but it definitely feels like a real relationship, man. And
Oh
whenever
yeah, a lie can make you a lie can make you feel something just like the truth can.
hey man, you ain't lying, bro. But
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know. It's I mean, but is that bad though?
it depends on the situation. When
Yeah.
someone is completely miserable and hopeless, to where even the truth can't help them, then it don't matter if they lie to themselves. It doesn't matter at that point because it's like someone in hospice.
Oh, Lisa, what's up?
It's
Man, so I was
okay. It's
wondering.
okay. It's okay to lie to people who are in hospice to make them
Right,
feel
right.
good, because they're doomed anyways. So yeah, like people who depend on lies to feel good are people who are already doomed. But people who are not yet doomed need to find the real truth. And the real truth is what you can act upon and get consistently productive, progressive results.
And see, that's the interesting thing is that it seems like lately, since I've been turning to God and I've been having this relationship with God, and anything that I have in my life, I feel like I'm giving the glory to God. It seems like I am getting results. That's the interesting thing, bro.
So ever since you started turning to God, do you know which God you're turning to?
I mean, whichever one, is it feels like whichever one is taking care of me and taking care of the people around me, making sure
Well,
people are all
you
right.
can't be guessing. You technically wouldn't be guessing if you had a relationship with someone, right? You actually be
Yeah.
sure the person
I mean,
with
I feel
whom
pretty sure. I just don't want to be like
it's not
putting pressure on you.
it's regardless of what you feel. What do you know?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like one God for sure. Like they're saying there's only one God. It definitely feels like just one. You
How
know what
does
I'm
it
saying?
feel? How is the feeling of just one God? How does it feel like when it's just one God?
It's like, he's there if you need him. If not, he'll be there when you're ready,
Yeah, but how does that feeling
It feels pretty
conclude?
good.
How does that feeling conclude one God?
You mean like how does the feeling, like how do I feel, or how does that
Yeah,
result, like
how do you
how does that
conclude that
result?
there's one God from a feeling?
No, well, because it's like total love. It's like all the love, you know what I'm saying? So it feels like it must be the main God.
Yeah, but if the love is a sentiment that is only within your body, then that's
Yeah.
not really the same as love. The only way you can experience love from an external entity other than yourself is not going to be sentimental. Like
It would be
I don't know that my mom loves me because of how I feel. I know that my
uh-huh.
mom loves me because of what she does.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. It's like I feel like God is doing things for me.
Yeah, but just because you feel like God is doing things doesn't mean God is actually doing things. It's possible. You have to
I see what
consider
you're
the
saying.
possibility
Yeah.
that it's possible to feel like God is doing things when God in
Right.
actuality isn't doing things. But then you should ask yourself, if God isn't doing things, why am I feeling this way? And the reason is your brain has the ability to deceive itself, to put you in an altered state of mind where you ignore reality. So you're actually being set up for a huge fuck up in the future because you're going to become dependent on that feeling. And then when you
Uh-huh.
really need to use your brain to think of a solution, you're
Uh-huh.
just going to hang on to that feeling
And be fucked.
and you're going to be fucked. Yeah.
Well, hey, bro, I appreciate your time, man. I don't got much, but
And I
it's
appreciate
definitely good to
you.
talk to you. Yeah, man. Hey, take it easy, bro. Stay up, and,
Word,
and may
word,
your father and your mother bless you, brother.
word. Same to you, brother.
All right,
All
dog.
right. If you haven't yet figured out that the world doesn't run on your feelings, and then your feelings just tell you, your feelings are like an alarm system. Your feeling is the alarm. Your feeling is a notification that notifies you of what your state of mind is. So you can then act upon internally if you're not in the desired state of mind. Your feeling doesn't really tell you much about external circumstances. Your feelings wouldn't tell you anything about the external world. Not, I mean, when I say feelings, I mean in the context of emotions, not in the context of touch. Yeah?
Hello.
What's up?
I have a question for you before you start.
All right.
Are you talking about like a religious God?
I'm talking about all conceptualizations of God.
So even a non-religious God?
Yes, it's still just the product of man's insecurity to a certain degree. Because if you don't know something,
Sure.
listen, all
Okay, but
conceptualizations of God that are claimed to not be theory. Let me put it that way. Let me put it that way. So if your conceptualization of God is just a theory and you can acknowledge that it's just a theory, nothing beyond that, then I don't expect any form of irrational way of thinking from you. I would expect a very scientific type of mindset from you if your idea of God is theoretical. But if your idea of God is
so
something you believe in as an absolute reality, without any type of evidence whatsoever, then you're in cuckoo
So
land.
let me ask you a question. So, would you say it's rational to think that we don't know if there is a God or not?
No, we do know that there's no God
How?
because we know how we invented the idea of God.
Sure, you can invent a concept, but it could still exist without us inventing the concept.
No,
Like, let
no,
me
no,
take it this way:
no.
the laws of logic.
We
No, no,
invented
no,
the
but
concept not as a realistic concept, but as a fictitious one. So in the same way, I can say we know that there is no Superman. There's no planet Krypton. Kryptonite is not real.
yeah, sure, but let me say this. So you heard of the multiverse theory, right?
It's a theory.
Exactly, but you have no way to prove that it's real or not real. Therefore, we're more likely to say it's not real, as in we have no evidence for it. But there's still a chance
Um,
of it being
but
possible.
if it's fictitious, we can say it's not real. And honestly, by the definition of what reality is, we can't say that things are not real if we can't observe them. Reality is the state of the world as it is, rather than conceptual or notional. You don't really have to conceptualize reality. If anything, whatever conceptualizations you form is to interpret reality, but you still have to be able to identify what you're interpreting in a state, in an uninterpreted state. That's real reality. Because when we go into interpretation, then you really get into
Hold on.
subjectiveness.
I mean, sure, you could say all this, but like, I'm still telling you, you don't know. Therefore, you cannot make an
Yeah,
assumption.
no, I
This is
do
an
know.
assumption you're
I do
making.
know.
This is not
It's bro,
real.
it's like literally like me having an argument with someone telling me that, oh, you don't know if Spider-Man is real. Bro, how am I supposed to even approach someone with that kind of IQ? God is a fictitious character. It's been invented by human beings, and the only reason why it's as prominent as it is today is because it was really, really, really mixed in with a lot of our politics, cultures, and tradition. It's become part of so many norms that people can't think outside of that scope. So there's that dependence on it, right?
Sure.
Especially when you consider the
Yeah. Well,
psychological implications of believing that there's somebody in the sky who will answer you when you pray. Who wouldn't want that? It's kind of seductive too. So to see beyond
yeah.
that is hard.
I'll grant. No, like I understand that for a religious God, but I'm not talking about a religious God. I'm just talking about a general creator, which is a lot more harder to prove that there is not one of.
When we talk about creators in the sense, in a non-religious sense, it at very best will be creators, plural. That would be the most
Yeah.
realistic way to look at it. But you
So
cannot
that's
talk
what
of it.
I'm.
Yeah, if you're talking about that's why I said, do you think aliens made human beings? You're just talking about aliens, bro. If you're not talking, the moment you say you're not talking of a religious God, and then you're still talking of creators, you're literally just talking about aliens. That's a fancy way of saying aliens.
I mean, sure, but I guess you could call them aliens, but like
You're
I'm
just
just using the definition
theorizing that
of God.
human beings. You're just theorizing that human beings could have been made by extraterrestrial. Extraterrestrial just means non-terrestrial, not earthly. So if you're not coming at it
Yeah,
from a
sure.
religious
I'm also.
perspective, that's simply what you're saying. And I'm not arguing with you on that, unless you want to go deeper into what your theory is. And I already understand that it's a theory, because we'll still have to seek out evidence for it to be anything more than just a theory. At very best, a theory.
Or
But honestly, it's more of a
I think.
hypothesis.
Oh, can I ask a question? I think I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. So, would you say that we we don't know what made the universe or what's out there,
No,
but it's
we don't. We're not talking about
illogical
the
and
universe
rational?
as something being made. We cannot talk of the universe as something being made.
Why not?
Because whatever would have made the universe would have to be part of the universe. Universe means everything, everywhere, every time.
Not
Universe means it's all
not
inclusive.
necessarily.
Yes, very necessarily. And unless you're talking intrinsically, but if you're
I mean,
talking universally, as in the word universe, as in all of existence, all of time, all of space. It's all inclusive. So the idea of a universe is really beyond the conceptualization of creators, and all creation will have to be within the universe. The universe in of itself
Well, not
cannot
this.
be.
No. So you're saying the universe is timeless? It always existed.
By very definition, it has to. Because
How
even
does it
if
by
even if we were
definition
within a dimension, even if we were within a dimension which is just in an expanse of nothingness, whatever that nothingness represents will still be universe. It will just be a void part of the universe. Universe just means everything, everywhere. I don't know why it's hard for people to get it, but I don't think people really read into the things they learn in school. When, for example, there's a scientific claim that claims that the universe is expanding. But if you go and study that, you will see that they're very precise. They say intrinsically, they're talking about the universe expanding within itself, as in matter. Something within the universe is expanding. So they use that term intrinsically, not extrinsically. So the universe, there's not like universe with boundaries expanding into nothingness. That's stupid. Even scientists are not that dumb to theorize it that way.
Okay, yeah. Sure, I
Because
guess.
at the very best, for you to have a dimension, you need area.
Sure.
So all of that area. So chances is you can even say that our dimension was made. You can even make that claim, and I won't argue with you theoretically. But to claim that the whole sum of it is made, that will require an entity that doesn't exist, because only non-existent things will not be part of the universe. Anything that exists will be part of the universe, in whatever shape or form, regardless of rank, capacity, or status.
I mean,
So there is
sure,
something
but
primordial.
let me just
There is something primordial, but it's not something intelligent. It's the very essence of existence in of itself that is primordial. Intelligence in of itself, in whatever form it takes, even at its peak, had to have had an origin point of transformation. So, in a nutshell,
Sure, yeah.
a god, a religious god, would still have to have had a beginning. Let me put it that way.
I mean, not necessarily, because usually when we're talking about gods, we're talking about timeless beings that, are beyond space. Like, that's usually what we're talking about.
You can't have something beyond space. Space is always a necessity.
Why not?
Space is a basic necessity for something to be.
Yeah, sure, but
Something cannot be without occupying
Again.
some form of space.
why not? Because you saying that it needs to be isn't necessarily, that's just a statement.
For anything to
So
exist, it needs
why
to be
would it
somewhere.
need to be in space?
So think about it. For anything to exist, it needs to be somewhere. And that somewhere is a space in of itself, regardless of what shape or form it takes.
Yeah,
Can
that's all-
something
that's all-
can
no,
something
sorry.
exist without being somewhere? Logically.
Logically?
Yeah, can something
a
exist
second.
without being somewhere?
I mean, I guess not. But
I rest my case.
my
I rest
point
my
is
case.
that,
Then
yeah,
then
you
the primordial aspects of the universe is space, time, matter itself. And that's
Yeah,
something
but
so
why can't
simple.
this-
That's something so simple that we've discovered a long time ago. So we now know what
Yeah, but
direction
like-
to investigate. We know what to investigate.
Sure, but my thing is if we assume this, let's just give me a second here. This might sound weird, but like, let's say this rod is real, right? We would assume that it created everything, therefore it is beyond the universe it creates. Like, if I
No,
create
that would be
something-
like assuming that some supreme human being created all the cars on Earth. No matter how complex something is, the complexity at no point implies the doing of a supreme being, because we see that teamwork can also accomplish complexity. So a bunch of
Sure.
smaller entities can still produce something complex and mind-boggling. And the universe in of itself resembles something which is the product of teamwork at the very best, if you were to theorize that anything within the universe was made. And we see that even within our world, right? Like, the power to make is not a power that comes in absolutes. And creation in of
sure,
itself, creation out of itself is an act of necessity. No one makes something for no reason. And no one makes something that they can otherwise live without. Especially someone intelligent, supremely intelligent.
We can make stuff that we can live without.
But we have a reason why we make those things, and we need those things in one way or another.
Yeah, because everything has a cause.
No, everything has a need.
But everything also has a cause.
Everything has causes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a cause. Causes.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's what I mean anyway.
What causes the rain to fall?
What's the term for when water cycle?
Condensation.
Yeah.
What causes condensation?
When water evaporates into steam.
A drastic change of temperature. What is it that condenses? Hydrogen and oxygen mixed. How does it get to the state of condensation? Through evaporation. Prior to evaporation, what is it? It's either ice or liquefied. All those things cause the rain to fall. The rain wouldn't fall without any of those things absent. So you cannot say that the rain has a cause in a literal sense. The rain is the product of multiple causes. Multiple things cause the rain to fall. And that's true for everything in the universe. Everything in the universe, you need at least two things for a reaction to take place. That's why we say an object in motion remains. That's what we say. An object in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by an external force. An object at rest remains at rest unless acted upon by an external force. You will need at least two things to have a cause, to cause something. At the very minimum, a singular thing, anything which is in a singularity, a singularity cannot make something.
Sure, but would you
so
say
our universe and our existence is at very least a duality or more.
Okay, well, would you say the universe has cause?
No.
Okay, so it's
because the universe is not a single thing. The universe is a combination of things. So when you unify all those things that comprise the universe, it's only for the purpose of conceptualization and understanding, because obviously you can't go individually measuring everything out. You won't have enough lifespan. But if you make that mistake in your conceptualization and end up translating it as literal, you will fuck up your ability to see it as it is. The idea of the universe, I already told you, cannot have a cause, because whatever causes the universe is also part of the universe. So unless you're saying the universe caused itself, unless you're saying the universe caused itself.
No, but as I said, you ever heard of the first cause argument?
Say that again?
Have you ever heard of the first cause argument?
Yeah, that's a stupid argument by religious people, outdated.
Why is it stupid?
Because you can't have a first cause. Because whatever causes the first cause, think about it. Whatever it is that will initiate the first cause would have to have been cause itself, literally based on the idea of cause and effect. You cannot insert an artificial.
But that would be.
You cannot. But
that would be an infinite regression.
Yes, which is the very nature of our universe, because the infinite regression is not linear the way you would think. It's a loop that begins at zero. So there is no first cause unless there can be no first cause unless everything starts from zero. Absolute nothing. No one nowhere doing nothing. Then boom, there's a first cause. That's what you're implying. The
Again,
moment you
that's
imply that there's a first cause, you're implying that what comes before the first cause is absolute nothing. Because if
no. I'm
what
implying
comes,
that there's a first cause. Because
yeah,
if we keep
yeah,
going back, right?
for you
It's
to
it's
have
like
a
having
first
an
cause,
infinite chain.
yeah, for you to have a first cause prior to the first cause would be absolute nothing, right?
Not necessarily.
Oh, it
We
has to
assume
be
that there's a
necessarily.
first,
It has to be
there's a beginning. Wait,
necessarily.
hold on. No, no.
Listen, if
Let me
it's
give
not
you.
absolute nothing,
Let me
then
say
that means there was already a prior cause.
No, let me say. Okay, right. So if we have an infinite chain, and we keep going up, we never reach the first ever chain. So we have to assume that there was one chain that started the entire link all the way down to the bottom. And if we say
Only,
that, we can keep going on
only if you're
infinitely.
thinking
Like,
of it.
okay, what created
Only,
that? Then what created
only,
that?
only if you're thinking about it linearly. But time is not linear. Time is a loop. It can't even be measured linearly, even if you wanted to.
Ti-
You cannot measure time linearly.
I mean,
Time
sure,
as
but that
time
still
time
applies.
as we no.
This,
You see, you're talking about conceptualization, and you're not considering what it is actually in the literal sense. You can't measure years unless you go in circles, unless you go through winter, spring, summer, autumn, and then if there's no repetition, you can't measure time. Time will be stagnant. You will lose track of time. As a matter of fact, if I put you in a room with nothing that's movement, with no movement whatsoever, you lose track of time, right? So you need
sure,
something
yeah,
that
I
you need
was.
something that goes in cycles for time to be measured. And what
I
that
mean,
tells us about the essence of time
sure,
itself
but
is that it's a loop.
what I'm talking about is we're not. It doesn't. This doesn't need time. Does the first course argument? We're not. It doesn't.
Anything
Well,
which doesn't
everything
need
needs
time
time.
doesn't
It doesn't need
exist.
time at this
Anything
argument.
that doesn't need time doesn't exist. Time
Can you
is a
prove that?
necessity for existence. The very nature of existence. If you have a good, solid comprehension of the true nature of existence, you will see that time is a necessary ingredient. There's no end, there's no type of
Sure, but
existence without
do you
time.
have any?
Because you remove time, what you now have is
Do you have any evidence for
non-existence.
that?
Just in the definition of the word. What is non-existence? Bro, do you think that something that doesn't exist has time?
Do you think so? That I mean, not necessarily. No.
What do you mean by not necessarily? Something which doesn't exist, does it have time, literally?
I mean, no. Then no.
Okay, something which doesn't exist, does it occupy space?
No, it doesn't.
Something which doesn't exist, does it have a shape or form?
No.
If you remove either space, time or matter, like a material type of form, regardless of what the contents of the material is, you now are dealing with things that don't exist. This is literally physics 101. You should have learned this shit a long time ago. That's why they taught us in
Okay.
school. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed
Yeah.
from one state to another. There is something, we have comprehended our existence enough to know that the very essence of existence itself can neither be created nor destroyed. Whatever gives things the ability to do work, which is not a person, it's a principle that describes, the relationship between
Yeah.
what exists.
Yeah. Thermodynamics, matter cannot be created nor destroyed, right? That we've theorized about that, and that has been the general law. But we don't know the full graphs of the universe. That could not be true. So you're implying that that is the full truth and the only truth.
Okay, so tell me
Would
then,
not
tell
make
me then,
logical sense
tell me
because-
then. How would matter be created?
Well, have you heard of virtual particles?
Just tell me how matter will be created.
Okay, well, in quantum mechanics, there have been cases of virtual particles coming into existence seemingly from nowhere.
Seemingly.
Yeah, as in we don't
So
know
so
where
your
they
claim
came
is, well, if they're coming from nowhere, then they're not being created. They're just coming out of nothing. Use your brain. Use your brain.
Yeah, that's-
Use your brain. Use your brain. Use your brain right now. This
Would
is a
you-
good time for you
use
to
my
use your brain. If it's just coming out of nowhere,
What do you mean?
if it's seemingly coming out of nowhere, then that's not the equivalent of creation. For if it was being created, we wouldn't say it's seemingly coming from nowhere. We would say it's seemingly coming from someone, from somewhere, right? If it's just
Do you know why I say wait, hold on. This is a do you know why I said because it seemingly comes from nowhere? Do you know why I said those specific words?
because you're assuming that it comes from somewhere.
You're right, I'm assuming because I don't know the full truth.
Right.
So me saying it would come from nowhere. Right, but wait. You would also be assuming too, because we don't know. We're both
No,
making
I'm
assumptions here.
I'm not assuming. I'm looking at the data, and I'm interpreting the data as I'm getting it without interjecting
you're-
my own preconceived notions on it. Right? If it's seemingly coming from
You're always
nowhere,
assuming because you don't know the full truth.
no. I know the full truth
You
of
gotta
what
realize
we
you're always assuming everything.
listen. You
So
don't.
you know the full truth. So you're omniscience.
No, that's not what the full truth is. The full truth is a complete examination of
Okay, then
whatever
what's the full
facts.
truth?
The full truth has nothing to do with theories or with things that we cannot observe. The full truth is what we observe. Truth is actually a concept or a principle or a method that human beings utilize to confirm that a method of problem solving works. Let me put it that way. That's what truth
Sure,
really
he's-
is in essence.
I'm sure you've heard this one before, but
So outside of human
Can you-
beings, we
can you
cannot.
tell me
Go ahead.
Wait, hold on, no, let me ask you. Can you tell me for 100% certainty that your brain exists?
Of course.
How? Okay. How can you prove it?
You're talking to me and I'm talking to you. By the very definition of existence, this would be impossible if it wasn't 100% that my brain existed. Nothing more,
How do you know
nothing
it's not
less.
something else?
It's not,
How do you know
it's
it's your
not
brain?
complicated.
Wait, no. How do you know it's your brain? How do you know it's not something else? To
Like
assume it's
what?
you're assuming
Like
it's
what?
your brain.
Something else like what?
Do you know?
No.
It
You
could be
said
anything
no.
else.
No.
You don't know.
No. Something else like what?
Something else. I don't know. Maybe it's a stone in your head. You don't know.
A
That's the
stone
very
in my
logic
head.
of it.
As in 2025, you
Yes,
think
but
that no, hold on. In 2025,
no,
with your
no. I don't think that.
relax. With your level of education, you would even consider the idea that there's a stone in people's heads that makes them think.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure there's brains in our head, but I'm just
Oh no,
pointing out the
no.
flaw in your
You're
argument
pretty
here
sure,
because
or
we've cut. Oh, no. Wait, let me explain. Let me explain to you what, right? Because we're assuming here we cut over. We've seen other humans' brains, therefore we can assume that we have one of our own. But to know for 100% certainty would just be illogical to say.
you can go get an MRI if you have doubts. You can use an X-ray.
Oh no, I'm just put.
No, listen.
Yeah, but I'm just pointing out the flaw in your argument.
No, listen. If you have doubts in 2025, you have to consider the resources we have when you make certain claims. We're not necessarily that toolless. We have many tools that we can use to come to certain truths. You understand, bro? Certainty is something which is part of our method of behavior. It literally is a necessity for us to be able to act upon anything, right?
Yeah.
Now, can we be mistaken?
We're certain of it.
True. We can be mistaken.
Yes, we can.
But certainty is not certainty if it's not 100%.
Nothing's 100% though. You gotta
Everything
realize
is
that.
actually
I'm telling you, you
100%.
can be.
Everything that's
Okay,
real is
sure.
100%.
Can you be a wait? No. Can you be sure that I exist and I'm not a fragment of your imagination?
Yes, I can be
Can you
sure.
prove that for
Yes, sir.
100% certainty?
because
Prove
I
it,
can
prove that I 100%
because I
exist.
can because you just asked me that question. That is an action
How do you
based
know
on
it
our
wasn't
studies.
you?
Hold up. That's an action based on our studies, which is impossible if you didn't exist in one way, shape, or form, right? Considering the fact that we have an audience that can respond to stimuli, I can throw out different tests out there to confirm over and over that you are indeed present. So within the parameters of
Have you wait?
within the confines of our interaction, you are most certainly real.
See, most certainly.
Yes,
You see how
so
you don't know 100% sure.
I'm trying to exaggerate certainly beyond 100%. When I say most certainly, I'm saying like you're 10,000% certain.
Wait, hold on,
And
real quickly. Have you heard of I think
to
therefore
even
I am?
listen to, of course,
Wait,
I
wait,
think
wait. So you know what it is, right? You know what it means and represents.
I think, I act, I respond to stimulus, therefore I am.
Yeah, which means that because you doubt, you must exist, right?
No,
But if you cannot prove that,
because I don't
what do you
doubt,
mean no?
because there is no doubt,
No.
I
That's what
exist.
I think that. Yeah, I am. I think therefore I am says that if you doubt, you must exist. So that's what I'm quoting here,
And
right? But
if
you cannot prove I think.
listen, if you doubt, then you must exist. What
Yeah.
that's really telling you is that there is no doubt. That's why you exist.
Okay.
Listen,
So like I'm just pointing out flaws.
let me show you. Let me show
Yes.
you something. Are you saying that you live your entire life as an agnostic? Are you agnostic about everything?
What do you mean? No, obviously not.
Okay.
I'm not even
Are
agnostic.
you
I'm just pointing out flaws
do
in
you,
your
do you,
argument.
so right now I'm gonna ask you a question. Are you certain that you are a man?
Well, yes, I am certain of that, but
No, but
what's
yes
your
or no?
point?
You're not, yes or no? Direct question, yes or no? Are you certain
Yes, I
that
am
you
certain.
are a man?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes.
What does that response tell me when I hear you say, I am certain? That tells me that you have all the information required to prove that you are a man beyond shadow of doubt, without doubt, to where there's no doubt left. Really?
Sure. Yeah. But as I said, let me say two things. One, this is not what I believe. I'm pointing out flaws in your argument. And two, you've got to realize this that we're on topic of you cannot be 100% certain of anything here. I can for sure think this. Does that mean it's true? No, because just because you think something is,
Can you
doesn't
be
mean it's true.
100% certain,
So
bro? Your argument is self-defeating because you can. That will mean that you're not 100%
it's not.
certain. That no, hold up. That will mean that you're not 100% certain that you cannot be 100% certain. If your statement is true, that will mean you're not 100% certain that your statement is true.
So what do you
No,
mean?
you say you can't be 100% certain of anything. That means that you can't be 100%
Ex-
certain that you can't be 100% certain of anything.
I mean, sure, but that would probably break the law of non-contradictory. You
Yeah,
know the law
that's
of
what I'm saying.
logic.
That's the grounds of your mentality. That's the foundation of your mentality. And what that leaves you to, you wouldn't
Sure,
you
it's
with that mentality, you wouldn't be able to solve problems in your life, because there's always a possibility that the problem is
sure,
not
but
going. There'll always be a level of paranoia associated with your ability to act.
hold on. Let me say one thing, okay? I'm pointing out a flaw in your argument. This is not what I believe. I've said this is. I'm pointing this out in your argument. This is
Yeah,
a flaw.
but my argument does not. My argument doesn't have that flaw in it. My argument, grounded upon
It
certainty,
does,
is based on the simplistic understanding that we can be certain of things
and
100%.
I'm pointing out how you you don't know 100% anything.
So if we don't know 100%, why do we
That's what I'm
execute
pointing out.
people? Why do we execute people? Why do we give the
I
death
don't know
penalty
enough
to
on human
people?
psychology.
No.
I
No, that's
you
bullshit.
want
That's
me? You want
bullshit.
me?
No, that's bullshit.
How
Let's
is it
say,
bullshit?
no,
How?
let's say someone violates a little one in public. There's witnesses, there's
Okay.
cameras, there's DNA, there's fingerprints. Literally, that person confesses. Every box of investigation
Okay.
is checked out. And we decide that we're going to give that person the death penalty. You're saying that we can't be certain that they did it? 100%?
I mean, sure, but I would say that would be a likely, very impossible event.
So you're
Now,
saying
if you're
that,
trying to point,
are you saying
wait,
that,
can
are
you
you
let me
saying that you're
finish?
not 100% certain that you're on TikTok right now?
First, of all, as I said before, this is I'm pointing this out as a thing. This is not what I believe. I believe 100% certainty, but that does not mean that it's 100% certain.
What does it mean to be 100% certain?
It means that you believe that it's fully the truth. Does it
No,
not?
sir.
Or am
No,
I getting
sir.
it wrong?
It probably has nothing to do with
Okay,
beliefs.
then what is?
It means that all the facts,
Then why don't you explain it to me?
all the facts check. That means that the evidence is foolproof. Then you can be certain.
Okay.
So
Sure.
that means that there is knowledge.
Okay, but
there is complete knowledge, complete understanding on the subject matter.
sure.
There are some
We
things
don't have complete understanding.
there are some things that there is enough doubt for us to simply approximate, right? For us to give an approximate,
Okay.
because we don't
Yeah.
have exact answers, exact values, exact solutions, but there are other things that we know exactly what they are. Hence, we can act upon them. For example, you're not 100% certain that you're flying in an airplane when you're in an airplane. What are you doing up there if you have any doubts? You probably shouldn't be on that thing unless you're suicidal.
As I said, right. Okay, first of all, I keep saying this, but I don't think you're listening to me. This is not what I believe. I'm pointing it out as a flaw. Okay? So let's get that off the line.
What's the flaw?
I don't believe this, but this is a flaw.
What's the
is
flaw?
that you don't know anything for 100% certainty. Like, you don't know if that's a star up in the sky made of plasma, do you? Do you have enough information to say that's 100% certain that that's a star, right? That's made of plasma?
I'm
You have
100%
100%
certain that it's a
Say
star, but I never made the claim that it was made out of plasma. If I was to
You
make
know
a claim
what?
about the
How?
star, if I was to make a claim by the star, I will make a 100% certain claim that there are stars in the sky. If you look up, you will see stars. All you need to do, look, in any given 24-hour period on Earth, you can look up and you will see stars. You
Okay.
would see
Right.
the atmosphere. I'm 100% certain that if you're dehydrated, you need water. You need a fluid. I'm 100% certain that if you don't eat for 100 days, you will die. I'm 100% certain that if you have HIV/AIDS and you're not treated, you will die, right? I'm 100% certain that if you have a heart attack and actually with a heart attack, it depends. So let me think of something else.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
100%
I'll
certain.
say,
I'm 100% certain that it is an abomination for an adult to engage in any type of activities with a child.
sure. But you know what? Hey, I'll say thanks for the debate, but the people seem to really want me to go. So you know what? I'll say I may be back. But like, it was good debating. I'll come back with more information.
Do as you will, my
I just-
brother. Thank you.
Good debating. I'll be back with more information. I'll say I probably lost this one. So, but you have a good rest of your day.
Just because of that last argument, you were doing fine until that last argument. Don't ever curse yourself by holding the mentality that you can never be 100% certain. Yes, it's true that there's a lot of doubt in the world. There are many things you should doubt, but there's a reason why we doubt. We doubt so we can give ourselves the opportunity to ensure that we are certain, 100% certain. Doubt is the path that leads to certainty. You want to be sure. Certainty is just, are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Are you sure? Are you definitely sure? Are you absolutely sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Are you sure you want to do that? Yeah, I'm sure. if you hold that backwards mentality that you can't be certain, then you're like a balloon being blown around by the wind in random directions. You don't know if you're going up or going down. Life's gonna be real hard for you for no reason. For absolutely no reason. There is no God. There never has been. There never would be. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen.
No, what's up, Bakanga? It's
Let's
been a
get
while,
this.
man. You definitely don't remember me.
If I don't remember you, forgive me for that. What you got for me today,
Nah,
though?
nah. I wouldn't even like blame you for that. It's been like almost a year, bro. But
Really?
I used to come up. Yeah, I used to come up here when you used to do the God's not real, you know. And of course, you know, I stand as a Christian, so that was me. But we used to chop it up about like knowledge and wisdom and intelligence and them things, you know. But I stopped by. I wanted to see what you're on now, man.
Same thing.
Okay. All right. So you're just talking about like the doubt and stuff like that, right? So do you think that there's a true thing now? Do you think there's anything real now?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you say is real, like in your quest of things that you're finding?
You are real.
Okay. Respect. Come on, man. Build a floor, man. There's nothing there to go off of.
Then ask me something that there will be something to go off of. That was a
Okay.
simple question.
Perfect. Do you think the earth is flat or round?
I think it's neither.
Interesting. Why do you say that?
Because I've never observed it to be so either.
Respect. What if I say based on scientific observations and, you know, experiments, we came to a conclusion that it's round?
Being round is not necessarily an argument for being a ball or being
Like
flat because
sphere, yeah, I know what you mean.
yeah, because if it's just being round, then it could be either or. It could be a
Correct.
sphere or it could be flat, like
Flat,
a
yeah.
plane.
Yeah, I do think it's a sphere.
And the reason why I would tell you that I don't think that the Earth is flat or round is because I don't see the ocean as Earth. I think the ocean is separate from the Earth. I think the Earth is just dry land, and then the ocean is the gathering of the waters, and then there's the sky.
Okay.
You know, so when you ask me if the Earth is flat, I mean we have mountains on the Earth. You ask me if the Earth is round. Pretty sure mountains and hills and valleys don't make a ball. So what am I supposed to think beyond that?
I hear what you're saying, but you gotta. Okay, so just let's take a walk. Like let's do a think experiment in a sense, right? So the Earth is approximately about 24,901 miles, right? And
Or
if
3,000 miles.
the circumference of the Earth is
Oh,
24,900. My apologies. Yeah.
That's what
Right.
we're told. That's what we're told. Yeah.
We're told. Correct. I mean, you could kind of calculate it in a sense, you know.
I can't do that experiment myself. I would need a craft to go around the
It's
Earth and
pretty
do that
simple,
experiment.
man. It's pretty
No.
simple.
I cannot do that experiment in a literal sense. I need to get on a
The Earth,
plane and circumnavigate the ball.
well, you could test it, Bakanga.
How?
You could test it based on the setting and the rising of the sun.
That experiment can also work on a flat Earth.
Of course, but you then get to see where the starting and the finish ends, in a sense.
Yeah,
You could time it.
that experiment worked almost the same way on a flat Earth, considering the model that they have.
Okay, so I have flat Earth models. I have round Earth models. I just want that's what I'm saying. I want to give you like let's take a think experiment in a sense, right? So if we say that like let's just say based on the numbers that we're given, the Earth is 24,901 mile in the circumference, right? And with
Which
that
Earth is
same
it?
with
Is
that
it the
same
Earth
level,
in the Avengers, or the one in the Star Wars, or the one from NASA?
I mean, the one that Newton sat under apple tree and discovered the mathematics for the universe. You know, that fair. I mean, all of the things that we could think of
I have
are
a rebuttal for that,
are
but I will
people
say, go ahead,
concepts.
go ahead.
They are people concepts. The same as how the Bible is created out of thin air. You know, the science was created out of thin air, man.
No,
So same concept.
I think that people have forgotten the fundamental nature of knowledge and the power that human beings wield where they have knowledge. I think that
Wisdom.
I think that many of us are deluded because of the mass spread of information, that we've forgotten that knowledge is most profound when hidden and can only be found within sects and secret schools. Knowledge has never been something that human beings have always been willing to share. And when human beings get to the point where they're mass producing and mass sharing any specific knowledge, that knowledge is inconsequential to those who really have power to rule. Those who rule by isolating themselves and hoarding all the essential knowledge, the knowledge that gives you the ability to act and create real impact, right? The knowledge that we're given commonly gives us a shallow understanding of our environment, but mixed in with that knowledge is also information designed to keep our minds within a certain scope of operation that prevents us from tapping into anything that would threaten the power of those that rule over us. So I would say, considering the explorative nature of man, you should be free to navigate the world as much as you want to without any limitations which in fact do exist, that prevent you from conducting these experiments, especially people who have doubts. So rather than engaging in it, and I consider the fact that honestly I don't even need that knowledge to do what I need to do, I choose to be passive about it, because the things I need to do don't matter if the earth is flat or a ball anyways. So it's not a conversation that necessitates I call anyone stupid. I mean, to be honest, it was only until the 50s that there was any type of universal or common consensus among the top scientists of the world that the earth was fair. They were still debating all the way into the 50s, 60s. With the advent of the space race and the need to promote science, Cold War, America being the leader that it is, Russia being the leader that they are, that's what we were given. And even till today, yes, we see pictures, we see videos, but there's enough doubt within that for you to be a little bit patient until.
Bakanga, what happened, man? What happened to Bakanga that used to beat me with his sticks about all of the science of all the science, man?
Because I'm not gullible. Listen, if it's simply memorizing, understanding what we're taught in school, I understand that science. But there's also pseudoscience, bro. Pseudoscience doesn't only come from conspiracy theories. Pseudoscience is used as a tool of propaganda by governments and rulers of our world. That's the reason why you should invest time in science, so you understand it. Then you will know when someone is bullshitting you. Period.
Fair.
Listen. When it comes to space, there's a shit ton of pseudoscience because it's not consistent with the rest of our growth in technology. Space exploration should not be where it is today if our science was being consistent. The obstacles we're facing today, the barriers we're facing today, our achievements today, seems as if rather than evolving, our science has been devolving since we actually set foot on the moon. That's an undeniable fact. We should be taking taxis to the moon by this point. Considering the fact that we like to mine for resources I can only imagine all the gold and diamond that's on the moon if the moon is Earth based, if it's made up of elements. I mean, why all of a sudden is the final frontier the only frontier where our technologies can't seem to take us no more? Like the great American nation, great Russians would have no reason to go to the moon anymore. I mean, it makes no sense. Makes no sense. Right? Perhaps it will make sense in the future. Perhaps they'll have time to build upon the knowledge they've given us and shed more clarity. Then you can pick a side then. But as of right now, when it comes to that, it's not necessarily bad to remain a skeptic. When you
I hear
consider
you.
how much politics has been mixed into that, science is best when it's not politically influenced. But when science is mixed in with political agendas, you get a lot of bullshit. And to the uneducated person, they can't tell the difference. There's certain sciences
I
that are
hear.
verifiable. Like the experiment you told me to conduct. It's true that I can use those numbers and those facts given to me. But those facts are not facts that I can generate on my own. I cannot confirm the source of those facts. So if I just take the facts and I run the experiment based on how the facts are given me, chances is it's going to work exactly how it's given to me. Right? That's why if someone really is that much of a skeptic, you just tell them, like, go and do the experiment yourself. Go and collect the data yourself.
I hear you. Fair. So okay. So my thing is, I'm 100% with you. That was me about a year ago. You know what I mean? I did look into like a lot of like what was pushed on the mainstream and what was not being told to you in a sense, right?
Facts.
Um, I got into like majority of like well, politics played a big role in it because that's when you see the whole thing that's happening now in a sense. So my thing is that I do believe like even then I did believe that I do believe we have a higher nature. You know what I mean? In a sense, as in gaining knowledge and intelligent, like what you were saying
Yeah,
before, like
if all you're trying to say is that human beings can be smarter, that goes without saying. Yeah, we can be smarter. Like, are you kidding? We can do so much more with our bodies. We have way more physical abilities than we actually put into practice. 74% of Americans are obese. Obesity is a big problem in the Western world. You know what that means? That means that majority of those human beings don't spend time cultivating their physical bodies. So they don't push their physical bodies to the extreme of their physical potential. If you haven't even explored those potentials, there's probably no need to be imagining anything beyond that, to be honest. Like, if you're fat, don't be
I
thinking
feel
about
you.
having superpowers.
It's not physically possible in a sense. It's like so. Okay,
No,
so
there are
now
things that
now
are
that
physically possible. That's why we adore and worship athletes, because we see in them what we could be, but we're not willing to do the work to be. An
literally that
athlete,
well
what
said,
what what
well said.
athletes are is what the average human being should be at a bare minimum.
So would you say athlete is a different breed of human, as in like
No, those are
an
human beings that have committed themselves to specific disciplines that allow them to cultivate their physical bodies to give them the special
ah
abilities to do special things.
okay? So would that make them special?
Yeah, special not based on their unique constitution, but special in terms of their character and their commitment to their disciplines. So it's a matter of behavior. It's not even a matter of if you have the capacity or the ability. We all have the capacity and ability to be in our best physical shapes, but how many of us commit the time to get there? Right? There's always something more
Hmm.
important for us. With bro, if a human being was to
Is it
eat,
is it
if a
okay?
human
Is it
being
for
was
you?
say that
Or
again.
is it for you? Is it more important? Is other things that's more important to you? or is being pushed to make it seem as if
Oh,
it is in a sense?
my physical body is the most important thing to me.
Okay. All right, because like let's put it like this, right? So a lot of people like in America, like maybe around 2006 or so, they pretty much sued McDonald's, because of how they packaged their food and fed it to them, because
The
it made a
sad
lot of
thing is that
people.
it's not just McDonald's. It's just about maybe 90% of everything we eat, even the water we drink, to be honest. And let me tell you the kind of discipline it will take for you to be in your best shape. You have to know your blood type. You have to know what kind of foods
Mm,
are poisons to your blood types. You see, the worst type of poison is a slow poison. The reason why most people are gullible about their health is because most of the poisons we consume are slow poisons. We wonder why cancer seems to be a pandemic of its own, right? But in the past, cancer wasn't really like that. There's some cancers like skin cancer and stuff like that, just exposure to the sun, yeah. But there are many cancers that is a direct byproduct of what we eat, the products we put on our skins.
I see. Yeah.
A lot of our extracurricular activities.
Yeah.
And like I said, I can only encourage everyone listening to me right now. It doesn't cost you much to find out what your blood type is and find out what kind of food. Bro, I found out I couldn't eat tomatoes.
Wow.
The tomatoes is a poison to my blood type. It increases my chances of having heart disease.
Interesting.
It clogs up my arteries. Tomatoes.
Yeah.
Like
Wow,
the
that's
tomatoes
wild.
that you have on a sandwich, every time you go buy a sandwich, like, I didn't tomatoes, bro. Tomatoes.
Tomatoes. It's funny.
Yeah. If you're O
Yeah,
negative, O positive, whatever you are, that's the least you can do for yourself. Jesus ain't gonna come kill your ass when you get sick. I'm just telling you. When you ate yourself into that sickness, it's like with Muslims. Muslims are obsessed with not eating pork, as if pork is the dirtiest thing in the world. Beef can just be as
yeah,
bad as pork if the beef has tapeworm in them, you
true.
know. And if your blood type doesn't even allow you to eat meat, bro, look at apes. Bro, look at the teeth of a gorilla. A gorilla has more carnivorous-like teeth than humans. Their fangs stick out. You would think that they should be tearing apart meat, but they spend their days eating leaves and all them things, and yet so much stronger than we are.
Fair. Even the gorillas, yeah, they're extremely stronger than us. So okay, now we're here. Evolution. Yeah or nay?
What about that?
Are you do you subscribe to that concept?
Yeah,
Okay, so you stand there still because now you're gonna know that I really know you because you used to have Venus up here. Ah, yeah.
before you jump the hoop, my idea of evolution is very simple.
Okay.
Evolution, in its most simplistic definition, is just the changes in a species or in anything throughout time from a simple state to a complex state. That happens
I'm talking
anywhere.
about Charles Darwin, man. Take it
Yeah,
easy.
that's precise. You should be precise. That's Darwinian evolution.
Yeah, my bad. Charles
Yeah.
Darwin.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's good to be precise.
Yeah, yeah.
Darwinian
A big difference.
evolution.
Big difference.
Yeah, it's like you saying that a Muslim is a Christian just because they use the word God. Or it's like you saying
You
that
say Allah though, man. Come on.
no, it's like you saying that a Kemetic person is a Christian because they use the word God, or that Vikings are Christians because they use the word God. No,
Oh, fair.
there are different schools of thought, even within different the different sects, even within similar topics. Evolution is
Okay.
simply talking about how something changes from a complex state to from a simple state to a complex state naturally. We actually see that with our reproductive organs. You know, a sperm
Hmm.
and an egg is a far more simple and less complex thing than a fully developed baby coming out of his mother's womb after 9 months. And even the growth, a seed is far more simple than the tree.
I hear you, but it's different than organisms. You know what I mean?
Those are organisms.
Uh, Not quite. Okay. All right. Bear with me. Bear with me. Okay. Fair. All right. So if you're saying that, like you would subscribe to the concept of evolution, right? Would you then say you would subscribe to the concept of energy? Because I I keep it pure energy, and I look at everything as from the lens of energy, if that makes sense,
What's
right?
energy? What's energy?
Uh, Anything that produces usable force in a sense. So,
False. False.
all right, what is energy
The
in your
ability, the ability to do work.
to do work? Of course,
No,
but
no, listen,
you have
listen,
to
listen,
still.
listen, listen,
That's
listen.
just kid stuff, though, Bakang.
No, no, listen,
Ah.
listen, listen, listen to the listen to the English. Listen to the English.
Okay. Uh huh.
The ability. Energy is an ability to do work. So the thing in of itself that has that ability, unless within its unique constitution, it's subdivided into smaller systems that also have the ability to do work, and then together as a combined unit, there's also another specific type of work being done. That's why human beings have organs. All
I
of our
hear you,
organs,
but
all of our organs.
the subatomic realm of stuff.
Yeah, even at the
It's vibrating.
sub,
It's all alive.
yes, even at the subatomic level,
It's working.
right? But
It's working.
it works systematically,
Okay.
so it's not
Because I,
necessarily
I wanted to take it.
individually. It's always going to be relative. Hence, listen, an object in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by an external force. So its ability to do work is always going to be in reference to its environment. So the energy
I'm with you.
produced will always be in reference to its environment, as well as its constitution, what it's made of.
Okay. Fair.
So
I
energy is
want to.
not as mysterious as people want it to be. It's actually simple, especially when you understand it as a conceptualization. That's why, in the literal sense, energy always takes different forms, and we label those forms. We say electrical energy. We say heat energy, cold energy, nuclear energy. We're more precise when we're talking in detail, but generically, it's just an ability. So, does man
Okay.
have the ability to do work? Yes, man does.
Would
Does your heart
Yes, we
have the
do.
ability to do work? Yes, it does. Do your lungs have the ability to do work? Yes, they do. Does your brain have the ability to do work? Yes, it does. So you ought not go out of that to look for superpowers or to look for some supreme divinity or something mysterious. Just get to know yourself. Anatomy and physiology, biology.
Would you say that? Well, you saying that, I like that because that's my kind of thing. That's you, like, knowing the ego and stuff like that. But we spoke about that, and you told me that's like psychological, like warfare or something like that, man. You know,
Yeah, so I
the
usually put
concept
it
of the
this way.
ego.
I usually put it this way, and I'm gonna repeat myself. Those who watch me often know I say this often. I am my
Hmm.
physical body. I am my physical body. My spirit is an idea or a concept that describes the behavior of my physical body.
Would you say it's the essence of what you then produce? Because people know you as Bakanga, of course, but then people would know you more because, like, your family member. Like, I would know you as seeing you,
The
but your
true
family member
essence,
knows you at a different level.
the true essence of what I produce is relative to my unique constitution, which is my physical body. So I can't produce anything that is beyond the capacity of my physical body.
I hear
So
you.
so I need to invest time knowing, understanding my physical body. This
I
most
like
people
that.
can't even name 5 muscles on the body, bro.
But Bakanga, I like that. But you know what's crazy? Knowledge is just the knowing of the self. Know thyself. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people twist knowledge into, like, physical things within the world, like you learning about cats and what they eat and stuff like that, and what trees colors and the things that doesn't make sense. The earth is uh let's say 24,901 mile, like you're saying. It wouldn't benefit you in your immediate reality, but they teach it to you. You see what I'm saying to you? All knowledge was built on yourself at first, you know what I mean? But I want to take that to jump into us talking about the physicality, right? So I have a picture up here of, like, gases, okay? And I just want to explain, like, the seven folds of, like, the what gas goes through, if that makes sense. Because I want to then use that to then connect that to, like, a higher level of, like, spins. The picture sucks, man. All right, let me get another one. Hold on. A little better. So in a sense, this is like the seven layers of gas. So in anything that's invisible or, like, spiritual, like biblical people will say, has an infinite fold, like it folds forever. It never ends, right? Anything that manifests it in the physical realm only could go up to seven folds. After that, it cannot fold anymore. They tested this with like pretty much everything in the universe, and they pretty much capped it out at this, right? So what I'm trying to show here is that the when you think of gas, like, what is the first thing you think of?
Air.
Just like a fun question. Air, right? Perfect, right? Would you think that gas is on the roads? Gas build the roads?
Will I think that gas builds roads?
Yeah, they use the material from gas that they take from the gas from the ground and use it to build the roads. So look at the picture, right? So on the top of the screen, it shows you gases that you use in cars and everything like that. Then you goes down. Sorry, what you use in stoves and stuff like that. And then you go down to, like, the second, third level. You'll get to gasoline, which you use in cars, right? When you go to the middle, you'll get to kerosene, which is what they use in airplanes, and that's the same type of gas. You see what I'm saying to you? And then you keep going down and down all the way to the last fold of the sevenfold. You will get to what they make the roads with, which is called gravel. You know what I mean? So that's the layer of gas. So these are the gases that they use to smash together in the the edge one colliders to be able to create new atoms and new particles and stuff like that. So what I'm saying to you here is that you think of gas as invisible, but it manifests as physically. You see what I'm saying to you? Right?
Bro, you're making it sound like rocket science. It's
But
not
it's not.
rocket.
No. I'm keeping it
No, no,
simple.
no,
I'm
no,
keeping it
no, no.
simple.
You didn't have to go through all of
Okay.
this.
All right. Perfect. So,
You're simply
but I
talking
want to take you.
about listen. If you're simply talking about
Okay.
liquid, solid, and gases, bro, we already know that. Everyone studied that, and it's
Oh,
practical.
but
We
bear
just
with me.
water.
Bear with me, mother. Bear with me, bro. We taking a trip, man. You know what I'm saying? So the same concept, right? Same concept. If you look at the earth, right? And so just like you saying before, you're like, hey, I think the water just settles in the bottom of the earth and whatever. These are the layers of what would settle at different layers of the earth, because everything stacks on top of each other. That's how science works. That's how the earth is built. That's how everything is built. You know what I mean? So on the bottom, you will have, like what you said, you have the water, then you have coal, then you have a refining layer, then you have the gas reserves, right? Then you have another refining layer, then you have the oil reserves. You see what I'm saying? So the gas becomes the oil. You see what I'm saying? But you think of gas and oil, they're the same thing, and they all get refined from the whole. What I'm trying to explain to you is the seven holes in that realm,
Bro,
right?
but that's not a mystery, because you're still not considering the fact that the very constitutions of them at the atomic level is the same. It's whatever state they are in that will make something gas, that will make something liquid, or that will make something solid. And
Thank you.
whatever state a substance finds itself in is directly
Perfect.
proportional to the temperature around it.
Okay, Bakanga.
Yeah,
So I'm
it's not that complicated. Now there are some elements or
I'm
some
not
unique combinations of elements which are very hard to change state, because naturally they don't change state as often as we would like for us to observe them. So artificially we try to do them. Like for a human being, as long as a human being is healthy and eating, his body will not change state. But once all bodily functions have ceased, the human body will decompose and turn to dust. Right?
I hear what you're saying.
Right.
Hmm.
So that should tell you more of what I was telling you. I am my physical body. My spirit is not a gas. My spirit is just an idea that describes the behavior of my physical body. But I need to know what my physical body is. I need to know what makes up my
Well,
physical body.
I'm not telling you your spirit is a gas, my brother. Take it easy. Whoa. I'm explaining to you how matter works in the physical realm. All right, we're getting there slowly, man. All I'm explaining is the oneness of energy and how everything come back to the oneness of reality, right? I mean, of course, I don't want to get into why we have 7 days and all of these things, right? But what I'm trying to keep it simple because I don't want to get into no esoteric knowledge and stuff like that. So here we go.
Bro,
Badman,
I have a problem with that kind of thinking.
go ahead. Uh-huh.
I want you to convert everything you just said into practical application.
Okay.
Because if you can't convert everything you're just telling us into practical application, bro, you're like someone who picked up a random book and you're like, hey, look, on this page, the word love appears fifth on the page. And then on this other page, it appears fifth from the bottom. Bro,
Wakanga,
you're looking for impractical
you're never
patterns,
gonna
right?
bully me, my brother.
No, I'm not
Uh-huh.
bullying you. I'm
Go
not
ahead.
bullying you. I'm not bullying you. I'm
I'm
telling
playing, of
you
course, my boy.
my
I'm
my natural reaction to this type of knowledge. It's at the
So,
very best, it's at very best entertainment, bro. If you cannot convert it into practical application. Because how does knowing that affect somebody practically? That's why I was telling you, convert it into practical application.
perfect. Okay. Fair. So, I just want to pretty much just explain this one. Pretty simple. This is as easy as I could get with it in a sense, right? Um, so I know you know of like, are you familiar with vibration frequencies and like the different levels and kind of in a sense?
Let's assume that I'm not.
Okay, perfect. So based on a lot of like the motion and how sound and I would say light move based on a particular point in time, like you're saying, based on the different dimension that they are, they always take up a certain amount of room in a sense. Like they always vibrate at a certain level, right? Um, so what I'm explaining is that if you look at the time and the days that we have and the seconds and everything are structured specifically based on vibration, rhythm, and those things. Okay, bear with me, guys. Don't fall asleep yet. All right. So if you look at the screen, I have like the numbers laid out. If you look in the middle, says days, right? And it will say days, and it will say 72 years, and it will say 2,920 days. Okay, just bear with me there. Okay, we're gonna stay there for a little bit. We're gonna come down. Okay, so if you go down, right down to what it says 1 day. So let's start from the bottom, going up. It says 1 day, right? 1 day is equal to 86,400 seconds, right? You know of that number, correct?
Yeah.
Per day.
I mean,
Okay,
it's
and that
easy to calculate.
perfect, and it equates to 1,444 minutes. Okay, right? So based on that, it gives you a full 360 based on 21,600 minutes, right? So all I'm trying to explain to you is based on how circles and everything is created, right? So if you look at the 86,400 seconds, it will give you, if you divide it by the 24 hours, what you will get is 3,600, which is every single hour gives you a full 360. You see what I'm saying to you? So every single hour, the sun does a full 360 around that certain point and certain place and certain time per day. Okay? So every single 24 hour, the sun travels 1,000 miles. So every hour, the sun travels 1,000 miles. And that's how you create up the days and everything. And based on that, right? So I'm gonna just give you a quick one, just to give you an idea on what I'm talking about, right? If you look at the top number, it says 518,400, right? That is the correct number for the year. That's your 52 weeks, but it's just 51.8, if that makes sense. Does that make sense, Bakongo?
It makes sense if I was trying to do that math to see what the
But,
numbers
but,
would
but you gotta
be.
you gotta bear with me. It's getting
Listen,
somewhere,
listen.
my brother.
It would be
Okay,
nice
so
if you just got there straight.
but you can never take the step without taking the step. How would you take the step?
I can.
All I'm trying to explain to you is that the universe is created and built on circles and squares, bro. On precision based on the number one. Everything falls back to the oneness of all things.
Bro, how are you trying to tell me something that's literally what I say all the time though?
No, wait, stop it, man. I'm sure you proved though, brother. Stop it.
Bro,
Yeah, it's the oneness of energy. I started this with telling you energy is one.
listen, bro, I get it, but you just how do I put it?
Wakanga, just do me this one solid. Just do me this one solid, bro. Please,
There's
all right?
so many easier
Do,
ways to explain what you
bro,
just said. It
ah,
literally like
of course.
10 seconds.
But I'm explaining it to others that's in the chat. I'm trying to tell you it too, you know what I'm saying to you? Be fair, man, you know? Yeah, word, like be fair, bro. You
I
gotta
get
play
it. I
fair.
get it, bro, but I think the way you've put it, bro, people consume information better when it's simple.
I can't make this simple, but this is the simplest I could have got with that in a
If
sense, you know?
your goal is trying to explain to people that time moves in loop, that the very construct of reality moves, you just have to appeal to rotation, revolution, the fact that even in the number system, we go from one to single digits, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then by the time you get to 10, it's just a repetition of the other digits. Or you can appeal to a 360-degree circle, or you can appeal to a graph, four angles, right? 90, 90, 90,
Hmm.
90, right? Positive, negative, positive, negative, negative, and positive, negative. I mean, those are just simple ways of explaining it, and people get the point.
Bokanga,
And
Bokanga,
you can do that with
Bokanga.
a calendar. You can do that with hours, minutes, seconds. But bro, that's just one algorithm. So it depends
I
on which
hear you.
algorithm
Yeah.
of time. Because some people measure time using the revolution, the movements of the moon instead. Some people do it with the movements of the sun. Some people do it with
I hear you.
with the movement of the stars. What's most
But
important is
Bokanga,
to understand.
but how does it get to a perfect 360, bro? So hear me out, right? Ready? Listen to this.
It's not so much how, but
It
why.
is. Okay, there. I like that. Beautifully said. Okay. You see them. So listen to this, right? You see the number that I told you, the 51840. That is literally two squares smashed together, bro, to create that. Does that make sense?
No.
You know what the universe. You know what they said they cannot depict in like a 3D image, I guess, or something of the sort. Is a maybe I'm gonna butcher this now. I don't know, bro. I'm out. What is the eight-sided shape, bro? That they cannot like. They're saying the Earth is, I guess, in a sense. But they
An
cannot.
octagon?
No. Ah,
A tesseract?
yes. So it's two squares. You see what I'm saying to you? And so if you do 720 times 720, so the degree of a square is 720. Okay? If you do 720 times 720, you get the exact 51840, my brother. And that's how you
Let me
create.
ask you a question.
Hmm.
Name anything in nature which is naturally a square. Any object in nature which is naturally a square.
Any object in nature that's naturally a square,
Yeah.
it's built into the foundation, my brother. Like it's not. So
No.
you
Listen
ever heard?
carefully.
I hear what you're saying.
Listen carefully to my question. Name any object in nature which naturally occurring outside of
Fair.
human intervention can be observed to be a square.
Now you sound like Alan Watts. You got me. Fair.
Okay, how about a triangle? Any object which is
The
naturally
pyramid.
a triangle.
Nothing that I know of.
A rectangle.
Mm, rocks.
A rock can be a rectangle.
Um,
At very best, maybe a
do-
trapezoid. A trapezoid.
yeah, they can. They get close.
But even so, it's really hard to get an object that has like two parallel linear sides, two parallel linear lengths, and two parallel linear widths, and then 3D naturally occurring. Now, what you have to understand with geometry is that geometry is many aspects to it is man's conceptualization based on his observation. So those shapes really represent an artificial construct that we put into place so we can measure things, right? And it's also very simple ways for us to construct with our elementary levels of technology. But those things are not necessarily naturally occurring. So if you're going to go into that type of thinking, you need to be precise that you're speaking in terms of models only. You're not speaking literally. Hence, I said to you, if you were trying to explain to people that time is a loop, there's simpler ways to do it. But if you're going so profound, you really need someone to already have touched into what you're saying. Because what you're saying is not completely bullshit. It's not like it's bullshit. It's just that it's not really something that
I'm
people
having
need.
fun. Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah,
with you.
like people go out of their way, you know what I'm saying? And anyone that wants to go out of their way can literally get to that conclusion if they wanted to. But there's no precise problem that solves. Now, if there was a precise problem that could be solved only by putting it that way, that's what I meant by make it practical. Because ultimately
It's a
mathematics
few Wakanga.
mathematics and all our schools of studies is so that we can solve problems. If at the very best I could inspire people on the internet is whatever knowledge you have, if you can't solve problems, it's an entertainment. It's entertainment. Even if it's real. Even if it's
Yeah,
real.
no, this is
You
entertainment for me. No, I hear what you're saying, but that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Even like you saying it's not like legit. What I'm explaining to you is like all of it formulates back to the oneness of energy and how everything formulates through nature. You see what I'm saying to you? Of course, you're not gonna
what
find
does the oneness of energy even mean?
night and day, my brother. Fair. So how do you think you came about, Makanga?
Are we changing topics?
No, no, no. I'm just asking you. How do you think it came about? So what I showed you, the gas. I showed you the gas, right?
Hold
And
up.
you're
Do I need to think about how I came about?
I don't know. You were telling me that, you should think about more things because, it shouldn't be too sure about everything, I'm just saying, you said you changed, now you changed back, you know what I'm saying?
My brother. My brother. Are you a
I
Chiefs
just shot you,
fan?
bro.
Did your team lose a football game last night?
Hey, bro. Nah, I'm not gonna cap, bro. The Eagles is my team and we won, bro. So that's why I'm happy right now. I'm chilling, bro. I'm macking.
Okay.
Won some
Eagles.
money. We chill.
Yeah. I was going for the Eagles too. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm in Jersey, man. That's my shit, We there.
All right. Well, besides
Yeah, yeah.
everything was spoken about, you think this is a good place to end the conversation, though?
Where you want to be at? It's up to you.
Well, thank you for your time, my brother.
Appreciate it, bro. Have a good one.
You too. Oh man, many of you just want to exercise your brains. Fair enough, but there is no God. There never has been. There never would be. If you want to understand the world, you have to take off the lenses of God.
What's up,
Dovel,
buddy?
what's up?
Yes, sir. Awesome. I mean, I like the whole conversation, the whole theory you guys are going about. My question is, it's just words. What is words? What is what? Meaning that what is what? If not men finding out, if not men inventing things, like what is human? What is God? That's just all. That's just it.
Let me get this right. Your first question was, what is what? Or what is
No, it's like
word?
yes, meaning that just what is words? Like words are created, so meaning we put meaning into words. So I'm just
Yes,
asking.
words
Yeah, go ahead.
words are specific sounds invented by human beings with an attached meaning within a language system to facilitate communication and transmission of ideas. That's what words are. So a word should have a meaning. That should be your natural assumption. Now, I will not assume that every word has a meaning because in the Christian world, they got something called speaking in tongues where words don't have meaning. Mbrukutu mbrakata. I'm yet to figure out what mbrukutu. Sheri baba shekere. Rantala makonkolo. I'm yet to figure out what those words mean. But if we would consider the system, the world, and the reality of language, words should have meaning, and the word is a sound that can be expressed verbally or can be expressed in written form using a code, usually structured within an alphabet or like Sanskrit, like the freaking Eastern languages. But there is a code, a systematic code of literature and oration that allows us to transmit ideas. It's not just in the human world, but it's consistent with all entities or all living things that can produce sound.
Makes sense. And I think that's just more what we humans are in doubtful of. Because say I'm a baby and I just grow up, I could say tata, mama, papa, papa. But now growing up now I now can now comprehend, say at the age of 3, 4, and hearing mom or my parents or friends around me creating words which maybe say if I'm in America now would be from the 26 alphabetical letter which we can create from A E I O U or A B C D which we can spell God God came from that 26 alphabetical letter. So who create that 26 alphabetical letter? And that's just a misconception with life. I mean, I'm on your side, which is I'm in a doubtful world, which is I don't put meaning into anything. I'm just living as I live. But if we have to communicate, if I have to cross a border, I need a passport. Maybe that requirement for a passport, I need a passport. But meaning that no words to me mean anything to me, or it's just a huge it's just a huge confusion. But if we talk
No,
about
no, this is the confusion. Let me tell you what the confusion is. The confusion is when someone attempts to communicate using words within a language system without taking into consideration the standardized meaning of those words. So we live in a world where most of the languages people speak, they attribute artificial meanings to the words which already have meanings. Hence, when they communicate, they're not understood. That's really at the core of argument. If you really understood every word coming out of my mouth exactly the way I was thinking of it in my brain, we wouldn't even have too many arguments in this world. And it's both a problem from the transmitter and the receiver. So my language skills have to be so good that the thoughts that are going through my mind, I can find the words that carry the closest meaning to what I'm trying to say. And then not just one word, but a combination of words, put it in the form of a phrase, in the form of a sentence, in the form of an essay, in the form of a paper, in the form of a book, in the form of a letter, right? So my ability to initiate my communication using the language system has to be decent. And then your ability to then comprehend what I have written using that standard code of interpretation for communication. But because most of us speak slang, most people who speak English don't even speak proper English. They make up their own meaning. So communication becomes hard. So people can argue for an hour when they're literally all saying the same thing, just using different words and attributing different meanings. Hence, I will encourage you, whatever language it is that you speak, make it a habit of always refreshing your knowledge on what the standard meaning of words are. That would improve your listening skills, and that will also improve your talking skills. You know, there's something called communication application. Communication application. Most of us did that class when we were in high school. We studied how to communicate and how to apply what we hear from what's communicated to us. It's a skill. And if you're not practicing your language comprehension skills on a daily basis, chances is half the time you're talking, the people around you are just shaking their head, but they don't understand shit of what you're saying. Or what they're understanding you saying probably has nothing to do with what you're really trying to say.
Yeah.
And this is very common in the religious world. Very common in the religious world. A world where the meaning of words is determined by personal experience. That's why you can have 10 Christians in a room and you ask them, what is faith? And they can't give you the same answer. Like, you wouldn't even find two of them that can give you an answer that is similar. Because they don't live in a place where there's a real standard. It's all subjective. That's why you can put two Muslims in a room and tell them to interpret the Quran, and then before you know, they're throwing punches at each other, and you who's trying to learn, you're like, what the heck is going on?
Yes.
You can put two politicians in the room, same shit. So it's a battle. Our communication as human beings is not yet as efficient as we ought it be. You know, computers communicate far efficiently with each other than we communicate with ourselves. It's sad, but true.
That's sad. I know.
Two
Right.
computers can transmit information. Listen, bro. When you're communicating, what's really happening is the same thing as when you copy and paste. So I'm copying what's in my mind, and I'm trying to use language to paste it in other people's minds, so they can have the same understanding that I have. Imagine that you go on your computer, you copy something, and then when you paste it, it's only half of what you put on it. Oh, all the words are swapped. It'll become hard to understand each other. Do not underestimate the need for you to refresh your knowledge on language. Bonjour. Bonjour, le ministère de réconciliation.
And I think for us to be able to live, I think we shouldn't pass any judgment. You know, and again, as we speaking of a language, say you're Chinese and I'm African, which I'm from West Africa, Sierra Leone. You speak different, and I will speak I would speak different. What Chinese speak, I wouldn't judge from what they speak. I would listen, like you said. I would be able to listen if I can,
The
like
word,
like.
the word is not judgment. You see,
Okay,
I
I'm listening.
understand what you're trying to say, but you didn't
Okay,
use the right word.
go ahead.
You're trying to say we shouldn't condemn each other after
Maybe
we've
yes.
judged, but we must judge. Judging is just comparison. Every time you're comparing one thing from another to another, you're judging, and it's not innately evil or bad to compare. The only way I can know you speak Chinese and I can know I don't understand Chinese is if I hear you speak Chinese and if I'm able to tell you that, hey, I don't understand you, or communicate to you that I don't understand you. Now, if I say you're stupid because you speak Chinese, you're stupid because you speak English, you're stupid because you speak French, that's condemnation. I've categorized you with a negative connotation simply because you're different. But you should always judge. In everything you do, you must judge. You should judge. Judge. You need to be judgmental. Just don't be a condemner. Don't pass a verdict
Okay.
of
Yes.
condemnation. Don't condemn people.
You're right.
Yes. Don't
Yeah,
condemn
you're right.
people.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
All right.
There is no God. There never has been. And there never would be. If you think that there has to be a God because human beings were created, have you considered the fact that maybe human beings were created, if they were created, by aliens? What do you have to say about aliens? Why is it that you religious people don't like to talk about aliens? Is it possible that there could be other human beings in other parts of reality? How much more possible is it that we would find other forms of life, intelligent life, non-human intelligent life, than it is that we would find a God? How likely? Well, asking who created aliens would be the same thing as asking who created God. If you want to know who created the aliens, you have to meet the aliens and ask them. If you're not willing to investigate down that school of thought, chances is you might have already imagined an exaggerated version of an alien in your head called God. All ancient mythologies sound like aliens. Christianity, Christian mythology, Jewish mythology, Greek mythology, Babylonian mythology, Egyptian mythology, Roman mythology, Norwegian mythology, Chinese mythology, Indian mythology, South American, North American, Native American, African, Australian. They all sound like aliens. And you know human beings, there's two types of human beings. There's two types of human beings in this world. And when I explain them, you should decide which one you are. Human beings are divided into cowards, those who are cowards, and those who have courage. A human being who is a coward is a human being who refuses to submit. But when you beat his ass, he submits because you beat his ass. When you defeat them, they submit because they've been defeated. Not only do they submit, they begin to revere, worship, and adore the one who has defeated them. Human beings who are cowards, whenever they are facing an enemy that has overwhelmingly more strength than them, not only do they submit, they begin to worship. Now, there's some other types of human beings. Those that have courage. Those who have dignity. Those whom will rather walk right into the face of death than submit. Those who have the courage to face an enemy, even if the enemy has overwhelming strength. Those who would rather die than be slaves. Those ones are very rare. The majority of human beings are cowards. If you want to tame a human being, you just need overwhelming strength. All you need is overwhelming strength. You break their will and you break their body, and they will willingly offer themselves up as slaves. Even those whom have not even encountered overwhelming strength, simply imagining the possibility of the existence of overwhelming strength will make them submit. Those are those who believe in God. They are constantly afraid of something. They're always in fear. They're in a constant state of fear. And because they're in a constant state of fear, they are always in a constant state where they require a savior. Human beings who are cowards, their biggest desire is a savior, but that savior is never themselves. Can't save themselves. Won't even try to save themselves. That is why you believe that some man called Jesus died for you. Where's your dignity? Listen, even if Jesus could die for me, I have too much pride to have another man die for me. I'm like, Jesus, how about you let me die for myself? Those are the heroes. The heroes are those who lay down their lives, not those who hope that somebody else will lay down their lives for them. You can never have courage if you're afraid to lose what you have, including your life. Courage is when you have overcome the fear of losing what you have, including your life. A coward is a person who is so scared to lose your life that they will willingly offer themselves up as a slave. What's up, Mr. Beasy? Unmute yourself. What you got for me?
I absolutely believe that there is a God. I think that is the most reasonable position.
I can barely hear you. I can barely hear you.
One second, let me get off this Bluetooth. One second. Is this any better?
Bro, you sound like you're in a spaceship or something. You flying through space?
1 second. Is this any better or no?
So much better.
All right. Okay. So I'm a believer myself. I'm Muslim. I think that belief in God is far stronger, more reasonable than atheism. I would challenge your assertion, and I believe that all the facts would lead more to the side of the theist than the atheist. I believe that the atheism is an irrational worldview.
What's atheism?
Well, atheism is a lack of belief in a deity, in a God.
So
there is
so what's the difference? What's the difference on the day-to-day basis of the life of a person who believes in God and one who doesn't?
What do you mean?
Other than your feelings and your emotions, what's the real difference? You have a job, he has a job. You have a family, he has a family. You go and look for shelter and food, he goes and looks for shelter and food. What's the real difference between an atheist and a theist beyond just emotions and labels and cultures and tradition? What's the difference?
Well, I mean, it's a worldview, right? It's a belief system.
Yeah, but what is the difference? What fruits do those who believe in God produce that is beyond the ability of those who don't to produce.
Oh, it does not give anybody any extraordinary ability.
Okay, so that precisely shows you that there's no specific benefits in holding on to that irrational belief in fairy tales when there's very much real problems that you could be focusing your strength on solving. Now, I get it if your belief in God is purely for entertainment purposes. Hey, but when we come to the real world, um, believing in God is the irrational belief. And like I was saying earlier, there's cowards and those that have courage. Most people are scared to die. Most people are paranoid about what they think could or could not happen to them after they die. That makes them desire certain worldviews that will allow them to live while ignoring the very reality of death. Some people cannot live their life knowing that it's going to end. So they try to persuade themselves that it's going to continue so they can manage through.
And what's the difference?
The difference is people who believe in God, if society is entirely ran by that worldview, the growth of that society stagnates because that worldview comes with a lot of absolutes in terms of claims of truth, when in fact, truth is something which changes and evolves the more facts we gather. So chances is what we knew 2,000 years ago, we might find that we were wrong 2,000 years from then. What we now know today, chances is we're going to find out that we are wrong 2,000 years later. And then, because believing God doesn't really require evidence for someone to hold it as truth, it also makes you susceptible to deception and manipulation. Because all I need to do is tell you what you want to hear and be persuasive enough with words. And you wouldn't care to investigate if what I've said is actually true or
I,
a
I
lie.
think I think you're talking about theology. Now, theology is different from the belief that a God exists. So the theology around that is what you believe about the creator versus theism. You just believe that a creator exists. There's a difference between the two.
What experiment have you conducted to conclude that other than what human beings make, anything else is a creation? What experiment have you conducted?
Well, everything we know about living things dictate that there must be a creator.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Have you studied?
Everything that we know about living things dictates that there is no external influence other than natural influences that influences the changes that allow us to grow and to transform from one state to another. That's what we see. That's where the evidence actually points, right? There's no conclusive evidence that our entire reality, as we observe it, is specifically, purposely designed for a specific end. But in uncivilized times, when knowledge was not as rampant as it is today or spread out as it is today, human beings simply made up explanations that they could live with. And because of the very nature of that belief in God, you can have a man who couldn't read and write, but maybe was street smart, make up some bullshit in a cave, and have human beings believing that shit 1,500 years later, despite all the changes in the world. The fact that people still think that Muhammad spoke to an angel is ridiculous.
Yeah. Why do you disbelieve that? Why don't you believe that?
Because angels are not real.
Do you believe that you're real? Are we real?
Yes, we are.
So what I would like to do first is, because I think when you leap from one to the other, I think there's the problem with the basis of your understanding of reality. If you believe that these things could come into existence by themselves, yeah, therein lies your problem. Because if you have any regard for science, science requires the scientific data, the scientific facts that we have shows that it requires a creator for living things to exist. And I started living things because this is for me, this is the black and white line. This is where there's a definitive line. Everything else you could try to wiggle in between the gray area, but I started living things. Now, if you could, have you done any biology? Have you studied any biology?
Sufficiently enough to have this conversation with you, which is what I was about to ask you. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you brought it up. What is the smallest unit of life?
The cell.
Okay.
Mhm.
What is the difference in the complexity of a cell and a fully developed organism, or multicellular organism? What's the difference in complexity?
Well, it requires a different, an entire metabolic system. It just generally
Right. So
the system.
when you look at the basic structure of a cell, it's not beyond natural capacities for cells to have developed. Hence, we don't make any assumptions of creators. We follow the data. We continue studying the cell, studying all the elements of a cell using different tools,
When you
right?
say that, when you say just now that it's not beyond the capacity of nature to develop these things, your body has what, 20, 30, 50 trillion cells. The adult body have trillions of cells in it. On this planet, there's quadrillions of cells. Not a single one has been found except that it came from another living thing. So when you say that it's not beyond the scope of nature to develop these things, that's a fantastical claim that's never been demonstrated. Don't you think that's a problem?
Listen. And that's what you fail to understand. By that logic, human beings couldn't have been created. Because if human beings could have been created, then we should be able, through knowledge and information, make a cell.
Therein is your
No,
problem.
listen. Cells can be made. That's
Do
what
you
you're
know?
saying. No, listen, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Regardless
Yeah.
of who, regardless of what
Hmm.
you're saying is that human beings can make life. That with the right amount of knowledge, right amount of tools, life can be made from scratch. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if humans have that capacity.
No. Humans do have the capacity to make things, do we not?
Well,
Do we have
do
the
we have?
capacity to reverse engineer? Do we have the capacity with sufficient information to produce something?
Yeah. Well, do you know what the sufficient information is?
That's why we research. That's why we
All right. So
search.
there are people who've been studying this before you were born.
Yeah,
These
and we don't get
these
we
people.
no
I tell you
one
right now.
ever said we get to know everything in one generation. Even what we know today
I never said that.
is the accumulation of multiple years of study. But our story is not done yet.
These people who've been studying this before you were born, the only thing that you will find them, this is generally what they will invoke, is the Miller-Urey experiment, which was 70 years ago. That's the best that they've come up with, and that thing did not even.
That's completely irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant to this conversation.
It's
Listen,
why
let
it's
me
relevant. I'm
no
telling you
no
why it's relevant. I'm
No,
telling
no,
you
no,
why
no.
it's
Let me
relevant.
tell you why I'm saying it's irrelevant. Because
Yeah.
regardless of when human beings do produce life, the point is, can they, even if it's 100 million years from now, because that's how long it had to take for them to gain that knowledge. Even if it's 10 billion years from now, it doesn't change the fact that human beings have the capacity and ability to create life. If life is something that can be created from scratch,
Yeah, but the thing is that humans will never have this capacity.
you can't say that.
Well,
You can't say
well, if you,
as long as it
yeah,
can be done
yeah,
simply by having information and tools.
yeah,
You don't know the extent of human capacity and human ability, especially working as a team.
yeah.
And creation. Listen, I was talking to a guest earlier and I was telling them this idea that if something is complex and beyond our current comprehension, we automatically assume from the religious perspective that it must have been done by some supreme almighty being is ludicrous, because we see in nature and we see even within the human world that
Mm,
a bunch of inferior beings, when working together, can produce super things.
such
That
as.
complex things can also be the product of small intelligences working together as a unit. Just like bees produce honey. A single bee by itself probably couldn't pollinate the whole forest. But you take the whole hive and it's a whole different story. A single ant by itself couldn't build the ant hill. But you take a whole nest of ants and you have this magnificent structure.
Everything that you just said is a whole computer system. These are all living things built by the same God. So that's what you're saying is that what you're
Again,
saying,
again,
bro. Hold
again,
on, bro.
you're
Because
failing
what you're
to
doing,
understand the way
yes,
you come
yes,
to the conclusion of God is still flawed. That's what I'm saying to you. You first have to go through the different levels of smaller intelligences. You have to transcend what is possible when all intelligence come together to work together towards one goal. That's why we
but
that's why there's that common understanding in the human world that unity is strength, that we are
what
stronger together. Strength is in unity. Strength is not
but
in
I don't think, but I
strength is
don't
not in
think,
singularity.
yeah. So I don't think you see the problem in what you're saying. Is that absent life, there is no unity. Where are these things that could create life outside of living things? Because what you're saying pretty much is that stones and water could get together and they could conspire to make living things. They
Not
don't.
cons
They don't.
not no
It
no
does
no not
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 fall
conspire,
into
not
reality.
conspire. No, look, I am saying that. I am saying that elements, different
Yeah.
a unique combination of elements
Yeah.
can allow for the possibility of the generation of the cells under
No.
specific environmental conditions in the
See, that's
presence of the right element. Bro, just
no, but
listen.
that's a faith-based claim because
Listen,
that's never
listen,
been
listen,
demonstrated.
listen, listen, listen. That is the theories that we formulate backed by the facts that we have collected thus far. That's
Which
why the
which
scientific
fact?
this bro, I'm gonna show you.
Uh,
Relax.
no, look,
Okay.
I asked that
Listen,
question
listen,
because
listen,
I've looked
bro,
into
bro,
this more
bro,
than
bro,
you.
bro,
I
bro, bro,
guarantee you have no
bro,
facts to substantiate these things.
brother.
I guarantee you.
Listen, listen,
Look. I
listen.
will send
Relax,
you. I will send you $200 right now.
relax,
I will send you two
relax. I
hundred
don't, I
dollars
don't want
right
your
now.
money. I don't want your money. If you had three hundred
Yeah.
thousand, go and give it to those kids in Palestine.
Yeah.
Listen, okay, listen. There are human beings who invented the idea of God. Did they know about the cell?
What's up?
The human beings that invented your Islam, did they know about the cell?
No,
Okay. Did they know about bacteria and viruses?
not specifically. Not that I'm aware of.
How did we find out about that?
How did we find out?
Yeah, about bacteria and
We,
cells.
we learned about it.
How did we learn about them?
Research, observation,
What are we currently doing right now in the world,
re-
generally?
researching.
When did we stop researching?
We have not.
Do you have any idea what we're going to find in the future?
No.
Is our research regressive or progressive? The result of our research, is it progressive as time goes by, or is it regressive?
It's usually progressive.
Okay. What are the limits? What are the
But
limitations? What are the set limitations of our progression given an innumerable amount of time in our future?
I'm not arguing that these things don't exist or that we're not going to learn about them. I'm arguing that from everything we know, all the facts demonstrates, and the more we learn, the more complicated do we learn these things are. So to say that, oh, well, just give it some time, these things could happen, bro, that's a faith-based claim because all the
Actually,
evidence,
you're
look, all the
wrong.
evidence.
You
Hold on,
are
bro.
you are
Because
blatantly wrong. The more we
it
study,
sounds like I'm interrupting you, but you speak a
no,
lot.
yeah. Listen,
You
listen,
speak a lot.
listen.
You don't try to address directly my
I'm
point.
trying to address something you just said. You're wrong when you say that the more we study, the more complicated things are. You're wrong. The more we study, the more simple things are. That's how we end up finding out. Anyways, what's complicated is the methods that we use to study. But once we apply those complex methods, we realize that what we're actually looking for is so much simpler than we previously thought. So when we now understand the simplicity of it, we can even make use of it in different ways. That's why now we can even extend the human lifespan, fight diseases we couldn't fight before, perform surgeries we couldn't perform before, because it's simpler now. The more our knowledge
100
progresses, the simpler things get.
150 years ago, what did they think of the cell? 150 years ago, what was the cell? What was
I'll be
everybody's idea that the cell is?
I'll be a liar if I said I knew precisely,
All right.
right?
No, because
Listen.
I'm telling
But
you
one
why
thing,
you're wrong.
but
I'm
but
telling you
one
why
thing,
you're wrong, though.
but one thing I can tell you for
If
sure
you're
is that
interested, bro, if you're interested in the truth, you will allow me to tell you why you're wrong. You make these presumptions, you make these statements as if you have facts on your side. These are all faith-based claims that you have, zero of which is substantiated in the real world. When Charles Darwin thought of the cell, when he was thinking of evolution, all he knew of that the cell is a jelly-like substance, a protoplasm. That's all he knew about the cell. It's a jelly-like substance. The more people studied it, they realized that the cells have machines in them. Yeah, organelles. We call them organelles. When they study these things, they realize that these organelles have in between them, they function like factories. Then they find out about DNA. They find out about all these other things that happens in the cell, that transpires in the cell. And they realize that this thing is far more complex. They realize that DNA have coding on it. So it's not as if you it's not as if you say,
Again, I
well,
think
I
you're
just
no
I'm
no no
telling
no
you.
hold up. I think you're not greatly misinformed, but you're stinkingly misinformed.
What did I say that was wrong?
Okay. First of all, I don't know, maybe it's just a language barrier. It's not that DNA is a code. It's not that DNA is a code, literally. It behaves as what we can only interpret as a code, but we do see elements of it that is not consistent with a code, like mutations. You understand? That's the real data.
Yeah, I don't think you
No, no,
understand.
no, no, no. Listen, listen,
No,
listen,
so you don't. If you
listen.
do a simple research, bro, DNA. Do you know
Relax,
bro, hold on. But
brother,
language,
relax,
literally computer code,
bro,
literally computer code. They study DNA to get, and they try to emulate DNA code. So
brother,
I don't know.
brother,
Look,
brother,
DNA
stop
cell.
talking, brother, stop talking. Like I said, I don't know. You probably still live in the same cave that Muhammad saw Jibril in. The
But
way
you
you're
think you know
sounding.
more about this issue than you
Yeah,
do. You really
yes,
don't.
bro, relax.
I think you
Like I said,
overestimate theology.
like I said, you're probably still living in that cave that Muhammad got
I
the
might,
Quran
I
from.
might, I might
Yes,
do.
yes, because you're not getting it. Okay.
Well, what have I gotten wrong?
Now, your presupposition is that this code was designed and made by God, right?
Yes, that's my position. Yes.
So God intentionally made it with mistakes?
What do you mean intentionally made it with mistakes? He made it the way he designed it. Whatever he
Bro,
did with it.
bro.
Yeah.
Mutations are not designed.
From your perspective, they're not.
From whose perspective are they designed?
So I believe that God
From
controls.
no, don't tell me what you believe. From whose perspective do you know, as a matter of fact, that is
Well,
designed?
I know as a matter of fact. Look, the people who study
Bro,
origin of life.
from whose perspective do you know that mutations are designed?
That's my perspective. That's a religious perspective.
That's not a perspective. That's a fictitious belief. That's not a perspective at all.
What's the difference between a perspective and a belief?
A belief is something that you formulate completely absent of any facts. A perspective is an interpretation you give due to your unique observation of the facts. There's nothing we observe about mutation that suggests that mutations are designed. There's nothing you're observing about DNA. I can give you DNA because there's repeatable patterns that allow for certain structures, RNA, DNA, different types, right? Proteins weave together in unique patterns, kind of like snowflakes. But we do see, we do see flaws within that system. That shows us that makes two things possible. Two things are possible. This is either the product of just natural evolution, because of course, if it's naturally evolved, there's no specific intent. So because of magnetism and how different things are attracted to each other at the atomic level, certain patterns would form, allowing certain things to take shape. But it's not always guaranteed that when acted upon by an external force, at whatever level, whether it's micro or macro, there won't be a disruption in that pattern, right? Like, for example, if a branch...
Did you just say magnetism?
Bro.
You just say magnetism?
Bro. Repulsion.
But this is chemistry. This is not magnetism.
Bro. Chemistry, those chemicals are still made up of atoms, right?
Yes.
And every atom has a nucleus, right?
Yes, yes.
And hold on. And electrons, there's always bonding, right? How does bonding work?
What's that?
How does bonding work when it comes to electrons? Do you know how it works?
Yes, that's a combination of chemistry and physics. Well, that's generally chemistry in the field of
Bro,
chemistry.
bro. At the atomic level, there is attraction and repulsion,
Yes,
which is fundamentally magnetism, even regardless of this of
that's
the
not
state.
magnetism.
Bro.
That's not magnetism, bro.
Bro, listen again. What causes, okay, how does hydrogen bond with oxygen to get water?
So hydrogen and oxygen have there would be an ionic relationship. Yeah. So while it is a covalent bonding, it is more of an ionic relationship in the sense of the electron goes stronger to the oxygen side.
What about the
Hydrogen,
oxygen?
hydrogen.
What about the oxygen causes the electron to go towards it?
What's that?
What about the oxygen attracts the electrons?
It's arrangement. It's nuclear arrangement.
No. Oxygen and hydrogen can be independent elements.
Yes.
But when they interact
Yes.
and they bond, you get H2O, right?
Yes. Yes. Under certain conditions.
How many are hydrogens?
It's 2 hydrogens.
How many oxygen?
1. That's the ratio.
Regardless of what it is, besides that point, let me not even hit you on that. What causes the electrons to be attracted to one specific element? Like what causes one element to attach itself to another one? What causes the bonding? What causes the bonding? What holds the bonding together?
Protons and electrons have opposite charges, and that's
okay.
what.
Hold on. What are the charges?
There's a positive, and the one is negative.
What are the fundamentals of magnetism?
No, that's not magnetism.
Bro, what are the fundamentals of magnetism? How does magnetism work?
Wait, have you taken no magnetism?
Bro, how does magnetism work?
Magnetism work by poles. Yeah, poles.
And what about the poles? No, answer my question. What about the poles?
They're arranged in a particular order. Yeah, so only one side could be that particular pole. You have opposite poles. Only one side could be. If you cut this thing in half, for example, that pole stays on that side. Now the electron is different than that. The electron it circles around the nucleus. So wherever that electron is, yeah. So it's not magnetism. This is not magnetism. This is a different type of electric attraction. This is not magnetism. If you've taken a chemistry class, probably you would have known this.
Magnetism is a class of physical attributes that occurs through a magnetic field, which allows objects to attract or repel each other. Because both electric currents and electron.
Continue reading it.
Bro.
Mm-hmm.
Magnetism is a class of physical attributes that occurs through a magnetic field, which allows objects to attract or repel each other. Because both electric currents and magnetic moments of elementary particles give rise to a magnetic field, magnetism is one of the two aspects of electromagnetism.
Mm-hmm.
And because all substances elementarily have electrons as elements, they bond and attract with each other through electromagnetism.
No, that's not how the magnetic field works.
Oh, bro. Listen. You just want to argue for argument's sake, okay? This is not too hard. It doesn't even make me smart or make you not smart, bro. It's just basic, right? Like terms attract and unlike terms like terms repel and unlike terms attract, right? So it depends on the charges of the electron on one element and the charge of electron on the other one, which works in a similar type of way as the magnetic north pole of a magnet or the south pole of a magnet. In the same way, that's kind of how the electrons works, but it's still magnetic. That's why it's precisely that magnetism is one of the two aspects of electromagnetism.
Yeah, I don't
So
see what that has to do with this point here.
no,
Go on.
what I'm trying to show you is how these natural forces at the very elementary subatomic level can naturally allow the cell to come into being.
Could you
It
quote
is
one
very scientifically feasible.
could you quote
Hence,
one scientist that agrees with you?
bro. Remember that you are claiming an almighty supreme being, God, as the originator of the universe. Well, I'm telling you that the information we get depends on fallible human beings performing research and information being exposed to them throughout time. So if you're talking about the entire existence of humanity from its most ancient past to its furthest future, that's the only level I'm going to be able to compete with you in this conversation, considering that you're talking about a being that transcends time, that can literally do anything like split the moon.
Yeah.
But if you simply want to compare your supreme being with 2025 level of information, then I'm going to digress and tell you that, look, of course, there's so many things we don't know yet that we're going to say for sure. But the direction in which our studies are leading us are not necessarily pointing us to these overwhelmingly impressive results that prove that, oh, there is some supreme almighty being. All it proves to us is that there is more for us to find out, and we can find it out. It's just going to take time.
All right. So would you, if I'm to tell you, if I'm to show you a computer, a spoon, a wallet, and I'm to say that these things form in nature, would you believe me?
Simply for the fact that you said you showed me a computer, and I know
Yeah.
what a computer is, why will I believe you?
No, I'm asking, would you believe me?
If you were to show me a computer,
Yeah, and I say that it forms in nature, that these things form in nature. Because according to you, you're saying it's simple magnetism, and they could give rise to this and this and this,
how
right?
do you know that it's a computer?
No, I tell you, your Apple, whatever computer you're using right now, or your device, whatever device you're using, and if I tell you that these things could form in nature, would you believe me? Since it's just magnetic forces and stuff, you said.
No,
Why wouldn't you believe me?
because I know how computers are made.
Yeah, but yeah. So, but we know how babies are made, right?
We know how babies are made.
All right. So we know how babies are made. But you said that these things could form in nature outside of living things.
Babies are made naturally, are they not?
Yes, but you
So
said
hold on. Babies
Yes.
are made naturally, are they not?
Yes,
Nature,
but
right? Nature. So what about baby making and nature is not compatible? Where it's
you
natural
said
anyways.
we're not talking about making babies. You said that cells could occur naturally and you use magnetism. Well, we could just say that magnetism works, yeah? So why can't we use that? One second. Why can't we use that exact same logic and apply it to cell phones?
Bro, that's what we're freaking doing, bro.
So if I say that cell phones could be naturally, it could be a natural byproduct of nature, would you agree with that?
No,
Why not?
because cell phones are specifically made and intentionally made by human beings to cater to our specific needs. So what you need to first have is human beings before you can have phones. And phones, like a phone is useless outside of the utility of a human being, right? So it's how the human being is going to use the phone that directly affects the constitution of the phone and the structure of the phone and the buildup of the phone and how the phone works. And literally, the best phones is reflective of the peak of man's knowledge. We can see flaws in them, and the flaws are consistent with the fact that man still has a flawed understanding of all the forces that govern the world that he lives in. That's fair. That's fair.
But that's
Listen,
the
listen,
wrong answer.
listen. That's fair.
I'm telling you that it's the wrong
If
answer.
I was, bro, if I was to see a phone
Yeah.
with no flaws whatsoever, not only does the phone not have any flaws, but that phone has the ability to replicate itself. Even if it wasn't naturally made, it's not a product of humanity. I'll be able to tell that much. If I see no mistakes in them. But I've told you that in the very example you're giving me, like DNA, we see mutations.
Yeah. So what you're saying?
You want to know what's crazy about bro? You want to know what's crazy about mutations?
I'm trying. You've made several points. I'm trying to cover them and go.
I get it. I get it. You know
what? I will forget as you keep talking.
Yeah, don't worry. If you forget, no problem. You can just say the next one you remember. Bro, you know
you're telling lies after lies though.
If it's lies, then
you tell you where you go wrong.
If it's lies and you can't stand it, just go and take a nap, bro, and you'll be all right. Don't worry about it, bro. Mutations are random as fuck. Did you know that?
All right. So what you're saying pretty much is if a phone has a flaw in it, nobody created it. Yes. So because if DNA no, that's what you're arguing. If DNA has flaws, nobody made it. Therefore, if phone has flaws, nobody created it.
Listen. If the phone has flaws in it, the first thing that tells me is that it has nothing to do with an omnipotent, omnipresent, all-powerful, perfect being. That's my argument. My argument is that if the phone has flaws in it that is consistent with the peak of man's knowledge and obvious flaws that's consistent with the flaws that a man will make, then I'll know man made it. If it's not, and yet there's still flaws in it to a certain degree, then at the very best, someone slightly intelligent than man made it, because I will still have to have the capacity to understand how it works. And just being able to understand what it works already shows me that I'm not really that inferior to whoever made it. My ability, listen, when someone is overwhelmingly more powerful than you, you don't even have the ability to understand the shit they make.
No.
What
you're saying is that what you're saying is that the highest human intellect does not have the ability to teach a child. When you understand things, you could break it down simply for other people. It doesn't mean that.
Listen. No. That's not what I'm saying. Actually, you got it backwards. What I'm saying is that despite the highest intellect of the highest intelligent human, a child still has the ability to understand whatever that intelligence has to present to the child, even if that intelligence has to simplify it. That the ability of that child to still understand that knowledge shows that child is not necessarily, in terms of capacity, inferior to that intelligent. It might just be a matter of time. So the fact that child still has the ability to understand shows that given enough time, not only can he reach the level of that supreme intelligence, he can even surpass it.
All right. You said something earlier about when I asked you about the phone, why you don't accept it. You said, well, because the phone has a purpose and all these other things. And that was a fault. That is a wrong answer. The reason you don't believe that a phone could come from nature is simply because you don't observe these things happening. There is no natural law that would generate a phone. None of it. So this is the reason you would not believe that. Because we could make things that nature makes. Like we could make stones, we could make certain types of rocks. We could make things that mimic what nature makes. Yeah. So because you could make something like what nature makes does not mean that nature cannot make it. It's simply when you see something that we make, when you see something like a phone, the reason you don't accept a phone to come from a natural byproduct is simply because you don't observe that happening. So that's why you don't accept it.
No, check this out. Like I said, I suspect that you're still living in that cave that Muhammad was living in when he split the moon. Because, bro, if man himself is a product of nature, then even man's intelligence is also a product of nature.
You're the one arguing that.
Bro, listen. If man himself is a product of nature, then man's intelligence itself is also a product of nature.
Do you believe
Naturally, anything man produces is part of the natural process of cause and effect. Because of the natural constitution of man can now naturally make phones, In the
So you
grand
say
scheme, in the grand scheme of things, that's how nature works, anyways.
so you're saying that cell phones could be a natural product of nature?
I'm telling you that in the grand scheme of things, outside of any dogma and outside of any specifics, cell phones are naturally made.
So cell phones are naturally occurring.
Bro,
You just said
bro,
5 minutes ago that it's not.
listen
Sorry,
to me
you just
again.
said 10 minutes. You
Listen,
just said 10 minutes ago that
you
it's
don't,
not.
you
But now
don't
you're
have
saying
to,
that it is.
you don't have to paraphrase what I'm saying, and you don't have to feign ignorance. Okay, so
No,
listen
I'm just
carefully.
trying to see how you said two contradictory things. Which one is it?
It's only contradictory presented that you completely did not understand what I said. So let me make it clear to you again. Okay, because we are the ones making these things. If we just use the word naturally, we cannot easily communicate with each other. So the way we distinguish between man-made things, directly made by man, and things that are not directly made by man is that we call man-made things artificial, as in we made it. Look up at the meaning of the word artificial, you will see anything which is made without human influence. But when you're looking at the general idea of it, how nature works through cause and effect, if man himself is a product of nature and man's intelligence is also a product of nature, then anything man makes is a direct byproduct of that natural process of cause and effect. So I'm not necessarily wrong if I then say a phone which is naturally made by man, who is naturally made, whose intelligence is naturally made, is part of the natural process of evolution, where things go from a simple state to a complex state.
So what you're saying
That is the entire picture painted for you. Now, if you want to distinguish between what bees make and what man makes, man doesn't make honey, even though a bee farmer will tell you that he's making honey when he's farming the bees. But is he really making the honey? No. He's not the one producing the honey. He's just controlling the process through which the honey is made. But it's all part of that natural process anyways of cause and effect. Because all these things, every level of it is still within the natural paradigm of things coming into existence naturally. Natural selection, if a way of saying.
So is an intelligent being necessary for the cell phone to be here?
Man, to be precise, is the intelligent being that is necessary for
the cell phone.
For the cell phone. Because the cell phone naturally caters to man's needs. Only. Listen. The cell phone naturally caters to man's needs only.
Yeah. So the cell, the stuff that makes us up, yeah. So if you needed an intelligent being to create the cell phone, don't you agree that you also need an intelligent being to create the cell?
Perhaps not. We're yet to find out. Because contrary to the cell phone, we don't have complete mastery over our understanding of the cell. Because the cell is not a direct product of man. Yes, the level of complexity in it resembles the level of complexity that man would observe when man makes what he makes. But if we are to compare the cell with a cell phone and take into consideration how man makes the cell phone, why should we then assume that even if the cell was made, it would have to have been made by some supreme being, because man himself, being a supreme being, did not need to be supreme to make a damn phone, and it certainly doesn't take one man to make a phone. It takes a combination of men throughout multiple generations, beginning with the philosophers of old that began to ponder on ideas that later on inspired other people to experiments that led to the development of plastic, of chips, of batteries. And then the man who eventually comes and assembles what we now know as the phone necessarily isn't even the one who invented all the individual parts of it. Despite
Yeah.
the fact that you and I are now observing the phone as one machine full of different parts, and yet those different parts were not originated by a single intelligence. That's why I put up the question up here. Did aliens make human beings? That's the question I'm asking you. Is it
Yeah.
possible?
So,
Let me ask you that question. That aliens
no.
make human beings? And that's me not conceding necessarily. That's me going on a hypothetical that, let's say that we're going down your train of thought that, okay, the cell is complex, it required intelligence.
Yeah. So
Now,
I
based
don't.
on what we observe, is it possible that the cell could have been engineered? Not necessarily by a supreme being, but by a civilization slightly or maybe even significantly more technologically advanced than man? Is it possible?
They would be significantly more intelligent than man. And the
Bro,
reason.
significantly more
So you asked me
intelligent
a
than
question. Now
man
you said human.
is not so much difference between Elon Musk and a freaking kindergarten. It's not so much difference than Einstein and a kindergarten. If that's significant in you, that's what I mean by significant. I'm not saying significant as totally beyond reach. I'm meaning significant as in there are certain natural limitations, maybe lifespan, maybe duration of existence. There's many factors, maybe resources even. You know.
Yeah.
So is it possible then that
Yeah.
when we consider the level of work that goes into making something as complex as a phone, that level of work probably also translates into the cell, into DNA?
Yeah.
And is it perhaps possible that the flaws and the mistakes we see within the cell, within DNA, the fact that cells can be cancerous, is it indicative of the lack of supreme beings in terms of, omnipotence and omniproperties? Is it possible?
No. So the question about if aliens could create life, no, because all you're doing in that scenario is you're kicking the can down the road. All you're saying. So now you have to explain who created the aliens if the aliens are not themselves God.
No, I don't have to
I wish
explain.
I could. I wish I could address some of your points, bro. When you go on bro, when you talk, you say like 200 things, and I can't keep track of it. None of
Well,
it is true.
listen,
Look,
listen,
look.
listen,
Everything
listen,
you say.
listen,
Wait,
listen,
hold on, bro.
listen. No, no,
Everything
no,
you
no, no, no,
say, right?
no, no, no.
Most
You
of
hold
what you
up.
say is
No,
without
no,
merit.
no, no, no. You
Most of
hold
what
up.
you say is
No, no,
without
no.
merit,
You
and
hold
you
up.
talk for these
No,
long-winded
no,
periods.
no,
You
no,
don't
no,
let.
no, 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 no. You hold up. You hold up. You hold up. What's the difference between asking who created aliens and asking who created freaking God?
What's the difference?
What's the freaking difference? Considering that you're dealing with something you have no data about, anyways, I think that
Is because
the natural process of research will be you first of all finding out what those aliens are, and then implement the same formula of study research into their
have you heard of
genetics.
have you heard of the problem of infinite regress?
The problem of infinite regress only exists in the head of religious people who don't
Yeah.
know basic mathematics.
What?
I promise you, the problem of infinite regress is only in the head of a religious person who has zero understanding of basic mathematics or the numerical system at all. They don't know how to count. Like, you can only think that infinite regression is a problem, you don't know how to count.
Bro, what you proposed just now is infinite regression.
Only because you don't know
So
how to count.
you
It's
just condemned
listen,
your own
listen,
beliefs.
listen, listen. It's
You
only
just said that you
listen.
just said that it's a
It's
fantastical. You just said that
it's
infinite
only
regress is fantastical, right?
it's only infinite regression because you don't know how
Wait,
before
infinite
you
regress is
listen.
nonsense, right?
I'm
Infinite
gonna
regress is nonsense, right?
it's nonsense as it applies to this subject simply
Yes.
because
So
you don't
when you
understand. Hold up, hold
so
up, hold
when you
up,
wait. So
hold up,
when you say that the creator needs a
hold up,
creator,
brother,
that's exactly what you're
brother.
saying.
I said
Nonsense.
hold up,
You
man.
just said it's nonsense, though.
I said hold up.
Go ahead.
I said it's nonsensical within the context of this conversation to bring it up as a problem.
So
That's what
why
I'm
did you bring it
saying.
up then?
Bro, are you listening? I never brought up infinite regression. You did.
No, you proposed the concept of infinite. I just gave it the name. I just labeled what you said.
I did not regress past. Could aliens have
You
created,
said this creator needed a creator. Yes.
busy man. When you brought up the subject of infinite regress, you suggested that we're going to run into the problem of who created the aliens and who created the aliens. And then I asked you then, if that's really a problem for you, isn't that the same problem as us asking who created freaking God and you having to invent some bullshit, exaggerations, personifications, and poetic crap to tell us why your God couldn't have been created when it's not consistent with any data observable? You literally create a fictitious being simply to eliminate a problem that is there naturally anyways, because it's not necessarily that even if there was a God, that God couldn't have been created. It could just be that you don't know how that God was created. But you choose to emphatically say that God wasn't created when you haven't even met the motherfucker.
All right. So again, so the even if you want to say the God that created us was created, you still have a boss. You have to have a beginning. The infinite regress problem insists that there is no beginning, and if you do not have a beginning, then we cannot be here. If we don't have a
You
beginning,
can't,
then we
you
cannot be here.
can't, that's not how the beginning works. That's what I'm telling you. That's
How
why,
does it work?
listen. That's why I was trying to tell you, you don't know how to count. True beginning begins from zero. That's a true beginning. You cannot have a true beginning without zero coming first. If there is something that is greater than zero that comes before what you're calling the beginning, that's a pseudo beginning. That means I gave you a number. I gave you numbers from 1 to 1 million, and then you just jumped at one random number in the middle and made it a beginning, and then deleted every number that came before. If you really
So you
want to
started at
count,
zero.
bro,
So you started at zero. Where do you go after zero?
bro, listen again.
No, but where do
Listen,
you go after zero?
I said listen carefully.
Mm-hmm.
When you're counting, do you begin with 1 or do you begin with 0?
We're gonna start at zero. Let's start at zero. Where do you go next?
Bro, relax. I'm the one asking you the question. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I'm going to teach you how to count. When you're counting, do you begin at 0 or do you begin at 1?
Wherever you want. We'll start at zero. I think you
No,
want
no,
zero.
it's not wherever I want. I'm talking based on our number system, how we
So,
count.
Craig, I'm not the admin, bro. I'm not a mod, bro. That's the host is a mod.
Do
Yeah.
you count beginning from 0 or do you count beginning from 1?
We're gonna count at zero.
Okay, you're wrong.
You you just said that it started at zero. Now
Let
you
me ask you,
now
bro,
that I
I'm,
agreed with
bro,
you, you said I'm
bro,
wrong.
you're
You
wrong.
literally said 2 seconds ago that you
I
started
know
zero.
what I
Now
said.
when I said I just want to agree, when I remember I said you can start
I
wherever you want.
know,
Wait. Remember when I
what
said you
I
can start
said.
wherever you want to? But
Bro,
you said start at zero.
stop being
So
a
I said,
broken
okay, let's start
box.
at zero. Now you said
Stop
I'm
being a
wrong.
broken box. Listen, bro, if you keep doing that, I'm just gonna drop you if you don't want to have this conversation. You don't have to keep repeating yourself. I know what I'm saying. I'm literally in the middle of talking, and rather than you listening so you can learn how to count, what number comes before 0?
Before zero?
What number comes before 0?
It depends if you're talking decimals.
Bro, I'm talking about whole numbers. What number comes before 0?
There's no whole number before zero. Zero starts there.
Bro, what number
Negative
comes?
negative one is not a whole number.
Bro, do you know
Negative
how the
one is
number? Bro, listen. Do you know how the number line works?
Yes.
Okay, what is 0 representative of? As a numerical digit.
No value.
What's 1 representative of?
One is 1 unit of whatever.
Okay, 1 unit. What is 2 representative of?
It's the same thing. It goes on.
Okay, what is -1 representative of?
That's you don't have. Now you're at a deficit.
Bro, what is -1 representative of?
You owe one. You owe a unit.
You owe?
Yes. You're missing. Negative. That's what it is.
You're missing?
That's why I said it's not a real number in the sense of you cannot have negative numbers.
Slow down. Let me help you out. We have positive numbers and we have negative numbers.
Bro, but now why are we dealing with the number line?
Brother, if you don't slow down, you will not learn.
Go ahead.
Get out of that cave. Muhammad is not going to teach you shit. Bakanga is teaching you shit now. Listen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
1 represents -1 represents a number that was, but is no more. 0 represents no values. What is neither there or neither not there. Let me put it that way. What is not there or not there. Let me put it that way, if you can understand. 1 represents a whole value, a single unit of what is there. 2 represents 2 of that one value. 3, 4, 5, 6. So we say positive because it is present, positively present. So when you're talking in terms of past, present, and future, in terms of time, using numbers to add up what is, what was, what will be, 0 is the present moment. So it's neutral. 0, the beginning point of observation. All observations of time will always begin from a present moment. 0. And then if you conceptualize backwards in terms of the past, in whatever units you will go -1, 1 day ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago. That counting goes to infinity. If you want to talk about the future, tomorrow, 1 day from now, 2 days from now, 3 days from now, 4 days from now, 5 days from now, 6 days from now. Hence, when we are looking in terms of infinite regression, talking about the beginning of existence, the true beginning of existence is in the present moment when that existence is being conceptualized. Then when you conceptualize the past backwards, you would have to go in negatives. -1 day, -2 days, -3 days. You will never reach an end. When you conceptualize the past that way, you're bound to go towards negative infinity. And then when you conceptualize the future, 1 day from now, 2 days from now, 3 days from now, you will never reach the end. You're bound to go towards positive infinity because you're dealing with what's not there. As far as what's here, it's only today. Every day is today. That's how time works. So if we're trying to think about the past of humanity, the past of the universe, the past of existence, and we have no choice but to use the concept, the way of conceptualizing times in terms of 1 day ago, 2 days ago, how many days ago did the universe begin? You're going to have to go into negatives. And there's no way you're going to reach a negative number so big that that's the last biggest negative number. You're going to go till infinity. And then if you want to conceptualize how many days of existence are left from today, you're going to go to positive infinity. It's simple that way because the only real time is the present moment. The past is time which is no more. The present is time which is and continues. And the future is time which is not yet. So the infinite regression problem in terms of the creation of whatsoever is infinite. Even if you end up with a God who is outside space and time, you still end up with an infinite being. You still end up with infinity anyways, regardless of how you look at it in terms of time.
Yes. So do you believe that in this universe we have infinity? Do you believe that infinity exists within this universe?
I think that infinity is something that we can say it exists, but it would depend on the context of what we're saying.
Give me an example.
So if I'm talking in terms of space, I can say to you that space is a vast, immeasurable, unquantifiable expanse without ends.
It's infinite.
Infinite or eternal. Let me put it that way. I can say to you that matter is unquantifiable, innumerable, especially at the atomic level. Infinite, you can't count it. I can say to you that time is innumerable and infinite, eternal by nature. Hence, those are the 3 building blocks of our understanding of existence. So nothing can exist if it's not somewhere. Nothing can exist if it's not something. Nothing can exist if it's not at some point in time. So existence is literally being something somewhere at some time. If the moment you conceptualize something which is outside of time, outside of space, you're literally saying nothing, nowhere, in no shape or form. That's non-existence, which is your God. Which is your God, literally. Your God is literally non-existence by definition.
So are you aware, for example, scientists who will tell you about quantum physics, because this would be quantum physics. all the rules of quantum physics break down at the Big Bang, at the moment of the Big Bang or before the Big Bang, what's called the Big Bang. So meaning that whatever the rules are in this universe, it does not hold to anything prior to this universe. Yeah. We cannot ascertain that what caused this universe, yeah, has the same rules as this universe. We cannot we
That's
cannot
because you
ascertain
don't
that.
understand what the
So
universe
so
is.
so
That's
so
I
the,
get, I
the thing
totally
that
get
the
what
thing
you're
that
saying, bro. I totally get what you're saying, but
I
I
the
won't
thing
blame you for it. I will blame your misunderstanding of what the universe is. The Big
no
Bang
I
is
think that
the Big Bang
but
is not the Big Bang is not the is it doesn't talk about the emergence of space. It's only talking about the emergence of matter and how matter spread within space, which was already there. Matter wasn't spreading. The Big Bang did not bang into nothingness. It banged into space, which was already there. Be that as it may, it was a vacuum. So, what scientists are really talking about in terms of the Big Bang is the emergence of the dimension of reality that we live in within the already existing universe. It's a dimension. So, that is why part of the theories that scientists are coming up with as to the source of the Big Bang is an idea called a white hole. Have you ever heard of it?
a what?
A white hole.
A white hole. Never heard
Yes.
of it.
Okay. So, because scientists have theorized black holes and all this stuff, right? You know how black holes work, right?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
They absorb everything, including light.
Yes.
Okay. In a huge, strong gravitational field.
Correct.
Okay. A white hole is where all of that expanded gravity goes. All of what is absorbed. That is the exiting point of a black hole. And it usually exits from the tiniest crack. It could even be at the subatomic level. From the perspective of someone looking at that crack as it is exiting, it will exit as a bang, because on the other side it's severely pressurized. So our universe was born from a black hole. Certain scientists are theorizing that it's purely theoretical. To be honest, I think it's hypothetical, right? Because I'm not the type of person that just buys stuff just because it makes sense. They'll need more data to prove that. Because if there's any other explanation, I don't want to cheat myself of the opportunity, including even if it was like some civilization that had the ability to make our dimension using like virtual reality or something. Whatever it is, whatever it ends up being, I'm totally open.
Yeah.
But we must still follow our line of investigation, and anybody making up theories must provide facts. But the idea of the white hole is one of the theories that they have.
The reason I avoid this particular topic is because it is unverifiable. Nobody could go through that and live to tell a story on the other side. So these are claims that are unverifiable.
Bro, that's why it's called a theory.
The reason I started living things is because we could observe that. That's right here with us. So I much rather focus on the things we could evidence right here in front of us than the things hypothetically before nobody could ever verify anything that we say. So I much rather being reasonable based on what I could understand rather than take a shot in the dark where nobody knows who is correct. So
But we already dealt with living things, bro. And no matter how you
did not.
no, listen.
You
No matter how you twist it, as far as living things are concerned, even if we were to assume intentional engineering, our assumption does not yet reach the level of a supreme, omni powerful being. Not yet.
yeah.
Not yet.
So
Not yet. Like, we first have to go through eliminating the possibility that it could still be the product of just a different civilization, somewhat more intelligent and capable than we currently are. We have to eliminate that option in order to rationalize the mistakes and the mutations that we see within the genome of living things. Because a perfect being, as conceptualized by religious people, should produce a perfect product.
all right. So wouldn't that be so? Your problem with that, yeah, is that you have this level of expectation from this perfect being, correct? You have this level of expectation from this perfect being
I
in the
think,
sense that
if you see a spade, you call it a spade, right? A spade is a spade,
So
right?
what you're doing is you're saying that if you don't like the engineering, it means that a non-perfect being created it.
No,
This
that's
is a
stupid.
level of expectation that
That's
you
stupid.
have.
No,
Now,
that's
if that
no,
no, no, kind of
that's a foolish conclusion. That's a foolish conclusion. That's not what I said.
but that's
I
what you
said
just
to
said.
you, no, listen. Look, bro. If I examine a machine made by human beings, I'm going to see flaws in that. I will see the flaws in those machines consistent with the limitations of the knowledge of a human being. That's what I'm saying. What the flaws?
But do
What
human
the?
beings purposely make the flawed products? Do human
No.
beings purposely? We don't make. Did you never heard about the scandal with Ford trucks that they purposely sabotage their trucks so as to sell parts?
Listen. Are you saying that your God purposely fucked up the human genome to sell
No, I'm
parts?
saying no. You just said
No, no,
that
no, no,
human
no, no,
beings
no, no,
cannot
no, no,
purposely
no,
create
no,
flawed
no,
things.
no, 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 no. Let's not forget what we're comparing these to. Bro, you literally just brought up an example trying to compare it to the flaws in the human genome. Are you saying that your God purposely made the human genome flawed?
Yes,
For what purpose?
for his own purpose, perhaps to teach us.
So God can purposely do wrong to teach us.
Purposely do wrong? No.
Bro.
God does,
No, no,
God does
listen. No,
God
no, no,
does
no.
whatever He wants to do.
Listen,
You're
listen,
calling it
listen.
right.
Yeah.
You're the one
So
calling it
listen,
wrong.
listen.
Who defines what is right and wrong?
Listen, God can do whatever He wants to, right?
Yeah,
So God can lie if He wants to, right?
God does whatever He wants to do.
Bro, God can lie if He wants to, right?
No, God said He does not lie.
But God can say that He doesn't lie, even though He lies, just because He wants to, right?
No, I don't dabble with the hypothetical nonsense
No,
there.
no, no, no,
So
no, no. It's a
this is why.
hypothetical. It's a
But you
hypothetical that
see,
God.
but
Hold up,
you
hold up.
see,
It's a hypothetical that God says that He doesn't lie. God never spoke to you, you liar.
you see that the problem with your
No, no,
analogy
no,
is
bro. Listen.
the
God has
notion.
never spoken to you.
No, I'm telling you, the problem with the basis of your criticism
No,
is
don't
that
change the
you
topic. Don't change the topic. Don't change the
no
topic.
no. I'm telling you,
God
I'm
did
telling
not
you
tell
why.
you. No. God did not tell you that He doesn't lie.
But why would I engage with this topic if you refuse to account for what's in front of you, bro? The problem here is this. Wait, hold on.
What I'm
The problem,
accounting in front of you
bro.
is that God did not
The,
tell
the, the
you.
problem
Bro,
here is
God did
this,
not
right?
tell
Is
you
that
that He doesn't lie. You made that up in your head based on how you have imagined that God should be, rather than what God actually is based on observation. God did not tell you that He doesn't lie.
the problem here is that you're trying to do calculus when you can do
Bro,
arithmetic.
stop saying that. Stop saying that. Don't change the topic. God never told you that He
We
doesn't
have to
lie.
go.
I need for you to face this issue. God never told you that He doesn't lie. True or false?
Yes, this is in religious scripture.
No, bro, I don't care what
To me
religious
personally,
doesn't. I did not mention religious. I'm saying that God never told you that He
told me
doesn't lie.
personally, told me personally. You mean?
He never told you, and He never told anyone.
We believe that's what He did. We believe He
You
did
can
tell us.
believe in Santa Claus all you want to. We all know that Santa
Um,
Claus is not
so
real.
so
Listen,
so
bro,
this.
it is. I am not responsible for your decision to believe in a fictitious character, and your lack of ability to identify a fictitious character when you see one is basic English comprehension. Human beings
Well,
make religions. Human beings invent religions. Muhammad is not an exception, no matter how much you like him, and no matter how good of a man he was.
so the
I'm
problem.
not responsible for your gullibility. Your gullibility is not an equivalent to facts based on observation, as you're saying, and the standard that you're trying to hold us to. God never told you that He doesn't lie. So, as far as God is concerned, with me and you, it's going to be hypothetical. Even if the Quran is saying it, whatever the Quran says, it's also hypothetical, because some human being that bleeds red like you and I wrote that shit.
Well, not because you're able to just keep talking means that you're right or making any more sense, right?
I'm
I'm just
trying to
trying to
get
see if
you
I
to
like your.
respond to what I'm saying
I
directly, but
but you
you're
just
doing
keep talking though.
everything else. You're doing
No, but
everything
you
else
just keep
except
talking.
responding to what I'm saying.
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to respond to what you're saying, but you just keep
Okay,
talking.
respond to what I'm saying directly. Don't play no hoops. Don't jump no hoops.
All
God
right.
never
So
told you. You need to acknowledge that God never told you anything, and even what's written in the Quran, at the very best, is hypothetical. You just choose to believe it as though it's not. That's the standard
correct,
by which you and I are having this conversation.
correct. So God didn't
Okay,
tell me.
so
Wait,
good.
wait, bro. Hold on. Let me respond, bro. You just keep talking. How the hell do you ever learn, bro? It's like do you show up with this kind of attitude to class? You just preach, bro. I guarantee you used to be a preacher. You must have been a
I
preacher.
don't think you
Did
understand
you used to
that.
be a preacher? Because
I
you
don't
just
think
keep talking and talking, bro.
I don't think you understand that you are my student and I'm
Bro,
teaching
you
you the
just
way
keep
that.
talking.
I don't think you
I think
understand.
you believe that you know things. You don't. You
No, no,
have this
no, no, no,
delusion
no.
of
I am
this
very
delusion of
certain.
grandeur about
I
your
am
intellect.
very certain that
You're
I
really
am
not
very
intelligent.
certain. I am very certain that
One
I
of the
am.
things you're good at, I'll say
I,
this. One of the things you're good at
I am
is
very
talking.
certain I am more knowledgeable than you on this
One of the
subject.
things you're very good at is talking, but you
Yes,
don't know much.
and one of the things
You
you're
have
not good at
very
is
little knowledge,
listening.
bro.
One of
You
the things you're not
overestimate the amount that you
one of the
know.
things you're not good at is listening. You realize you're doing ad hominem right now, right? You're attacking me simply because you cannot respond to the damn point.
No, I'm
Respond to my
trying to
point.
respond, but you just keep talking. That's why
Respond to my point.
we've been doing this for like 45 minutes,
Respond to my
I'm
point.
quiet and attentive when you talk. But for
Respond to the
some
point.
reason, you won't let me get out more than a sentence.
Stop crying and respond to the point.
So the problem with your analogy is that the basis of it, you believe that all these things that we see could just be random.
Bro,
Nature could just
bro.
produce.
With all due
Hold
respect,
on, bro.
okay, I'm
Hold
not
on.
a
Let me.
fool. I'm not a
I'm
fool.
explaining. I'm
This
explaining why.
Don't explain anything to me. That's not
your
what I
logic is
asked you.
falling.
That's not what I asked you. You're
I'm
supposed to be
explaining why
responding to
you
the
go
fact.
wrong.
You're supposed to be responding to the fact that God never told you that He doesn't lie. That's what you're supposed to be responding to.
All right. So I'm explaining why you went wrong.
No,
Why
don't
are you?
explain. Don't explain where I went wrong. Explain why you claim that
All right.
God
Well,
spoke to
maybe
you when
look.
God didn't.
All right. All right. Look, bro. Thank you for having me up. I guess we're not going anywhere, right? You
Thank you
don't
for your
seem to
time.
want to
Of
have an
course,
intellectual
you don't think I
conversation.
know what deflection is.
You take care.
You can go. God did not tell you He doesn't lie. I asked you, is it possible? You said God can do whatever He wants to. Is it possible that God can lie? That's what you're supposed to be responding to. You want to deflect, like you religious people like to do. You want to deflect. When you start making those religious claims and pretend as if it's supposed to be facts. Oh, is my religious belief? Who cares if your religious belief? Your religious belief is not the equivalent of truth if it's not backed by the standard of what makes things true. I don't care if you believe in Santa Claus or if you believe in Muhammad or if you believe in Allah. I don't care. What I care about is if you claim that simply because you believe those fairy tales, then those fairy tales should be the equivalent of what's true. You religious people need to learn. If you come up here and if I ask you a question, you respond. You respond to what I have said. I'm smart enough to know when you're deflecting. And if you don't like the way I'm talking, you don't have to be on here either. You don't like that I'm talking a lot because you can't listen a lot. You can always leave. This is not compulsory. This is not mandatory. Okay? It's not my fault that your God doesn't exist. It's not my fault that you chose to believe in fairy tales. I am not responsible for your personal delusions, for the fabrications of your medulla oblongata. I am not responsible for that. If you don't want to be here, you can leave. But if you want to be wicked, I see some of you people are reporting my life right now. You're sitting here reporting. In fact, I expect you religious people to act that way. You can act like the very devils that you hate. No one is forcing you to be here. If you cannot tolerate my method of speech, feel free to make yourself absent in body, soul, and spirit. You can spiritually disappear. I asked you a question. You're talking about something that has nothing to do with what I said. What's up, Kano?
You.
Straight to the point, man.
Yeah. My proof of God is that God um, there was no time or space before God, and the universe needs a necessary creator because time depends on causality.
I'm only going to ask you one question.
Yeah.
If you can answer this question, I'm going to tell you what it is, but then I will drop you after that. What is time?
Time is a temporal dimension that defines before and after.
Time is a temporal dimension that defines before and after.
Yes.
Before the universe, who was there?
Nothing.
Where did God come from?
A timeless being or a timeless event, but I can prove that it must be a timeless being.
Listen again. I did not ask you to prove that it must be a timeless being. I said, before the universe was, what was there? You said nothing. So I said, where did God come from?
Yeah. Nothing. If you have to exist in a timeless void, you don't need to be caused. It's called a causality.
Bro, you said there was nothing there before the universe, right?
Yeah. Not really, but yeah, the way you take it.
Where did God come from?
Nothing. He does not need to be caused. If you existed before time, you don't need to be caused. Time is literally the cause of causality.
What does it mean to exist?
To exist. To exist means to exist. Or to be present.
To exist means to exist, or to be present.
To be present.
How do you know something is present?
When it's there.
There where?
There.
There where?
What the fuck? There. The place where you say it exists.
So for you to say something exists, it's there. There by meaning somewhere, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that even if God is timeless, God would have still had to be somewhere if God existed. Because if God was nowhere,
Yes,
then
outside
you cannot say that God existed.
Yes, outside time.
No, time is not the same as space. Outside space, not time. Because
Time and space are linked.
If for God to be there, he is there at a specific point. That is why before God created the universe and after God created the universe, that's still time. The moment that God would think and the moment God will actually create and the moment that God was there already without the universe, that's still time already. That shows you that God cannot be
really.
God cannot be outside time, even if God wanted to. There's still time. It might just be measured in different units. Because unless God did not think, do you think that God can think?
What unit?
Bro, answer my question. Do you think that God can think?
God can think. Nah, I think he's already all knowing, so he doesn't really need to think.
So God is like a rock.
How there's a false equivalence fallacy.
You say that God already knows everything, so he doesn't need to think. Do you know what it means to not think?
To think means the reason. He does not really need to reason what he has to
do. So God does not reason. So God is a robot, right?
He does not need reasoning. Means you are taking choices from different alternatives and finally picking out the best.
So
he does not. He's already all knowing, so he does not need to think.
If God is all knowing, if God does not know, how does God decide to create? He doesn't decide to create. That means he did not. Listen, if God does not reason, that means God did not decide to create.
What?
If God does not reason, that means that God did not decide to create, because to decide to create involves reasoning, including a purpose. That means God did not decide to create, and if he created without purpose, because he doesn't need to think about it.
You can create while already knowing.
How will you already know?
Because you are all knowing. Omniscience.
Yes, but how does God know what is not yet there?
How does he know what is not there? Because he already knows what he wants. That is
How can he
called being all
know
knowing.
what is not yet there without thinking about it, bro? That's what I'm saying.
But yes, that's what I'm saying. He's already all knowing, so he does not need to think if
Bro,
he
what
wants to
does
create something.
do you know what knowledge is?
Yeah.
What is knowledge?
The ability to think, or it's basically just intelligence. Grab information and also regurgitate information.
I'm gonna actually read it out from the dictionary so I don't bite my words, okay? Listen carefully. Knowledge definition. Listen carefully. This is what knowledge is. Facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education.
Yeah. That's literally what I
Acquired.
said.
Hey, acquired. Acquired.
Yes, the ability to get information and regurgitate.
Acquired. Through
That's what literally means
education,
to get information.
through education or experience. Education involves learning. If you say to me that God is all-knowing, what
Yeah,
you're really saying to me is that God is a
human
person.
definition. That is the definition of how we get knowledge. Yeah. Or how we have knowledge.
That is the definition of knowledge.
Yes, because that's how we think of knowledge.
There's no
Because that's
other
how
way.
we
So
actually
exactly.
begin to get.
So you cannot then use you cannot use a word that human beings invented to describe how they think, to describe a God whom you're claiming does not meet that criteria. Then that means that God is not all-knowing. Because to be all-knowing simply means you have the ability and skills, facts and informations that you acquired through experience and skill. That means God acquired all knowledge and all skills through education and experience. That's what it means.
That is a human definition, yes.
All
of how we
definitions,
acquire
every
knowledge.
word,
Or how we have knowledge.
every word coming out of your mouth is human definition. Even God is human definition. So saying that it's human definition does not change the validity of what I'm saying. So if you want to use human definition, then just keep quiet. Stop talking about God.
We have to take in information and regurgitate it, but that's not for God.
It's not just human.
Actually,
it's not just human. The definition is not exclusive to human. The definition is all-inclusive for any persons. It says facts, information, and skills acquired by a person. A person can be a human or a non-human as long as they have a mind.
Then how did they know a God can, or another being entirely can do what we can do?
If that being demonstrate properties,
that would be a generalization fallacy.
No, if that person demonstrate qualities consistent, if that person demonstrate qualities consistent with intelligence.
Yes, humans do.
Humans.
Yeah.
You cannot say God is all-knowing because knowing can only be defined in this way. There's no other way to define knowing. Knowledge.
All-knowing, it means he does not actually have to gain knowledge, or
if he doesn't have to gain knowledge, then it is no longer knowledge, because knowledge is something which is gained. Use your brain. That's what I'm saying to you. It's not knowledge. You're the one who's not understanding what you're saying. You're using a word that you don't like to define a being that you like. The moment you say that God is all-knowing, that means that God has had to acquire that knowledge, because knowledge can only be gained.
All-knowing does not actually mean
through acquisition.
It already means you know already. So it does not actually mean to acquire it. Yo.
Thank you for your time, bro.
And we
some of these people, if you don't know how to speak English, spend some time in the dictionary. Knowledge is facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education, the theoretical or practical understanding of a subject. Awareness or familiarity gained by experience of a fact or situation. Experience is a necessary ingredient in the construction of knowledge. Education is a necessary ingredient in the construction of knowledge. If someone is all-knowing, that means that that person is educated in all things. That person has experienced all things. That person still has to gain that information through experience. If that person is not gaining information through experience, that means that that person is manufacturing the information in their head, which is really what you religious people are trying to say. You're trying to say that God is the one who decides what will happen. That's not the same thing as all-knowing. That means that reality is the product of God's imagination. You can't even defend your own subject. You need my help. Rather than saying that God is all-knowing, you should say that everything that exists is a product of God's imagination, if that's what you're trying to say. Because the information that comes from God's imagination can be uniquely quarantined to God's imagination. He wouldn't necessarily need outside experience or education. The reason why no one can explain God is because God is a fictitious character, which is a product of religious people's imagination, and it's different in everybody's head. There's no standard for it. I'm not saying that you're a bad person for believing in God. What I'm saying is that you have been scammed if you believe in God. No matter how good of a person you are. Your morality is not an excuse. There are people who have better morality than you who don't believe in your God. There's nothing about your belief in God that makes you unique or special other than the fact that you are gullible. Hence, you can continue to believe if you want to. I'm not saying you should stop. I'm just telling you some information that wasn't given to you when your preachers and your pastors were lying to you. Some of you even have that mentality where if someone doesn't believe in God, you automatically think they're a bad person, when you are even worse than them. Do you think that we are worse than you because we don't believe in God? What's up, man?
Good morning. Yeah, I'm good. Good morning. I wanted to ask you one question because it's always on my mind. So you said that there is no God, right? So I feel like so then how do you think that you exist? Like you yourself exist?
Bro, my father slept with my mother. My mother got pregnant. 9 months later, I was born. That's how I exist. Me,
So
myself.
from the beginning,
I wasn't there in the
earth,
beginning. That has nothing to do with me. You asked me how does me, myself exist. So I told you how me, myself exist.
So then how are you sure and 100% that there is no God? Because I felt like here in Africa there are a lot of fetish what they call it, strong native doctors that has this when they say they will do you something, immediately they can do it. So how did
that has nothing to do with God. Having power has nothing to do with God. There's different scientific ways to do things. There's techniques that you can do amazing things, even things that some human beings will be flabbergasted by.
But someone use it to heal,
That has nothing to do with gods. Doctors can heal too. There's nothing a native doctor can do in the bush that an engineer or a scientist cannot do. In fact, the engineer and scientist can defeat the native doctor any day.
Do you know that in here in Africa, life that I've seen when someone like from a storm, like when someone said, if there is no God, like if you think there is God, let the thunder strike like 4 times and it happened. Do you know?
Scientists,
A priest for that matter.
listen. He should have said that to the colonizers when they came. Why is he only saying it to poor people? Gullible people who are ignorant.
He doesn't say it to poor.
He's not. Bro, get out of here, bro. Get out of here. If you're impressed by someone, impressed by someone having lightning, are you not impressed with the electricity that is in your house? Have you ever? Do you know how electricity gets to your house?
I'm not impressed by anyone, but the fact that
let me ask you. Do you know how electricity gets to your house? Explain to me the process on how electricity gets to your house.
I'm not trying to. The way you are putting it in another way around. I just
brother,
brother.
I've asked you a simple question. Please just answer the question. If you don't know, just say you don't know. How does electricity get to your house?
I don't know.
Why are you even worrying about a native doctor? You should go to school and learn how electricity gets to your house. That way, the next time the priest says, let lightning strike, you will not be so flabbergasted thinking that that's an excuse that God exists. Because if the priest can say, let lightning strike, he's not doing it every day. But at least the scientist is still sending cables and wires, building generators, hydroelectricity, and sending it to your house. That priest, I bet you, if you put a machine gun in front of him, he will not call lightning, he will run. We're living in a world with fantastic things. You are still appealing to useless traditional beliefs as a reason for God's existence. The only substance in those traditional beliefs is whatever of it is scientific. If you cannot learn that science, then you should go and learn the science that you can actually make something out of. That has nothing to do with God. Don't bring up native doctor when you're talking about God or supernatural things that happen in Africa. If Africa was that supernatural, we would not be depending on the Europeans and the Americans. That's a scam. You guys need to learn what a scam is when it's a scam. Any kind of... Bro, so the African man, the black man is not smart enough to use his supernatural power to make his life better. But the white man has used science. Now, most of us are living in Africa. Many of us are leaving Africa and coming to the white man's country. Is it because we don't respect the supernatural powers in Africa? It's a scam. It's a scam. It's obviously a scam. And we need to stop being that gullible to allow people to scam us with useless things.
I don't really know what to say, but the way you are taking it, well, it's the way I don't, like, from my mind, no way I'm taking it, but all I have to say is that...
My brother, listen, if you're really curious about your humanity, study human biology.
So you said someone wrote the human biology too?
No, human biology is something you can study and experiment with. You can even go to a mortuary, they'll give you a free dead body. You cut it open, you see all the parts. If you want to be a doctor, you can even cut open living human beings, see how the body works, understand the body. You get to know yourself. You get to know why your head aches, why your stomach grumbles. You know many things about yourself. There's so much to learn in that department, which is very real, before you even start to reach the point where you're wondering about mysteries. Study sperm, study eggs, study what happens when the sperm hit the eggs. If you're curious, you can actually go and get that education in this world. You don't have to read a fairy tale book and believe by faith. There's so much you can learn and do something with, rather than holding beliefs that you can't do anything with. Those native doctors were in the bush for many years. They did not even know how to use toilet tissue. Was it Africans who invented toilet tissue? That man is still wiping his nyash with leaves, dry leaves. Scamming you for goats and cows and pigs. so he can feed his family. My brother, anybody who give you knowledge that you cannot use to solve problems is useless information. No. I don't care how many lightnings they bring down the sky. The American people, if an American man knows how to bring lightning from the sky, the US military will take that guy and they will learn that technique. Then they will use it on the battlefield. If Nigeria really has people who can bring lightning down from the sky, maybe we don't need nuclear weapons. Maybe we can drive the colonizer out completely. But which kind of supernatural power do we have that we can't even use for our own benefits? There's poverty everywhere. Our economies is a disaster. Our hospitals are underfunded. In a world where there's artificial intelligence, you people are still impressed. Bro, if you're impressed by the priest, you say you're not impressed, so I will not even say that way.
I didn't say I'm impressed by the priest.
Yeah, I get it. You didn't say that. If you see the priest bringing lightning down, that's not really that great though. One day the Chinese man will come with a machine that can think for itself, artificial intelligence. On that day, even lightning will not be able to defeat that machine. You better go to school and learn how technology works and make Nigeria great again. You know, I say MAGA. Here in America, people say MAGA, M-A-G-A. MAGA really stands for Make Africa Great Again. Make Africa great again. Can we make Africa great again? We used to be great in the past, but our greatness expired. And our greatness begins with us individually. Every individual person must make themselves knowledgeable with the highest level of knowledge in our current world. It begins with going to school. What's your highest level of education?
You said? Sorry?
What is your highest level of education?
My head is going to school now.
What level of school did you reach?
I reached my university.
What did you study in university?
I studied computer science.
You studied computer science.
Yeah.
What do you do for a living now?
I'm a photographer.
You study computer science, but now you're doing photography.
Yeah.
What are you using that computer science knowledge for? So you wasted your time.
I didn't waste my time.
So what are you?
I use it to do to edit, like, to learn how to edit.
Bro, you can learn how to edit without going to university.
No, like I studied. I'm a photographer, but I studied computer science because I'm trying to learn how to do graphic designs and all this stuff.
Okay, I will not hold it against you. So continue to learn, continue to grow. Hopefully in the future you can find a job that is consistent with what you have learned. Hopefully you become a great computer scientist. That can be my only hope for you. But bro, don't be allowing these people to be messing your brain up with those useless things. Many of them are scammers. If you see something that you cannot understand, your first instinct should not be to say, oh, it's supernatural. Go and see that man and say, what's the science behind how you make that lightning come down? Don't be assuming that anything is supernatural.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
My young African brothers and sisters, don't be so easily impressed or flabbergasted by someone doing something in front of you and you don't know how it was done, and then you begin to now think that is the work of the gods. That's for uncivilized people. A civilized human being is not flabbergasted by technology to the point where they start thinking it's God. I can get it. Sometimes you get excited. You want to just say, oh, God, 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 God. But that's only your feelings and your emotions. If you're actually using your brain, your curiosity should tell you, go and ask that person, how did you do this? And you see, if they actually did it, they would tell you the method. Then you also will be able to do it. Many of you are living in the dungeon of religious beliefs. Your religious belief is like a dungeon with a scarecrow in there called Satan, terrorizing you in your nightmares. What's up, Mira?
Sure, man. How's it?
I'm chilling, man. How about you?
I'm chilling, bro. Yeah, I just wanted to understand, like, what's your conclusion? Is it there is no God and aliens made humans?
Do you believe in God?
The way that I understand it is that I am an expression of God.
That's very poetic. Congratulations. But I don't know what you mean.
That means, like, me and God or whatever created everything, we are one and the same thing.
Do you feel it? You feel as if you're one?
I mean, I'll relate that to my immediate experience because as a human flesh, I'm made up of earthly things. Like, I'm made up of earth, essentially. And the earth is essentially made up of everything else in the universe. So that pretty much sums up what I'm saying.
Do you have supernatural powers?
I think being human is supernatural.
You don't think that being human is natural?
I think being human is supernatural by itself.
How about being a gorilla?
A what?
A gorilla.
Yeah, that too.
So you think gorillas are also supernatural?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it the right way and realize how significant it is, then it's really super.
Okay. All I can say to you, my brother, is that thank you for your time. Go home and have a supernatural sleep. I hope you have a supernatural dream as well. Okay?
All right. Sure.
Enjoy your supernatural life. No problem.
All right.
Supernatural. I bet if somebody slap you, that slap will also be supernatural. That pain, that suffering. I bet your bank account is also supernatural. Supernatural. Sometimes we tell ourselves things about ourselves to make ourselves feel better. You know? Shit. Supernatural. Hey, being human is super. Bro, you should be a poet. The essence of being human is super. When a human sleeps, it's super. When a human fucks, it's super. Oh, fucking is definitely supernatural. That I can agree with you. Tautology, mbolology, narcology is supernatural. Only virgins don't know that it's supernatural. But if you're not a virgin, you know that it is supernatural to reproduce, or at least to practice. Many of you have been practicing reproduction. You are yet to reproduce, but you have been practicing. I hope you have been having supernatural experiences. Ah. Some of you have 5 kids, but you're still virgins. Super virgins. Supernatural virgins. Huh? Okay. Oh, man. That supernatural thing has fucked us up, eh? I'm okay with being natural. At least my problems will be natural. When you think you're supernatural, your problems will be supernatural also. Be careful. Be very careful. If you think you're supernatural, you will have supernatural problems. Mama Danielle. Chamfer Sulinia. Ellington.
What's up, man?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
I'm drinking some tea.
All right. Now, while you're drinking tea, what do you got for me?
What I have for you? It's the second time I call the program, you know. It's the second time. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Christian congregation or the Christian religion, the God of the Bible did not say you know all things. You look at the Adam and Eve story.
Hold on, let me
When
get this
Adam
right.
and
Let me get this right. You
yeah,
don't believe in God?
is not about not believing, you know.
No, I'm asking you. Do you believe in God?
Believe in God. I believe that there's a God.
Which one?
Which one?
Yeah.
All right. Which one?
Haile Selassie. You believe in Haile Selassie, do you not?
No.
Which one?
I believe in Jehovah.
Oh, so you believe in the same God as the Christians?
Not the Christian way.
You have your own personal way.
Yeah.
Well, bro, I'm not going to argue with you about your personal way. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I'm looking for people who are not coming with personal ways. Because I don't want to accidentally give you personal insults.
Yeah.
I just want you to rest. Your personal way. Because your personal way is your own way. It's not a problem.
No, what really, you know, we're born into the Western world. I'm a Jamaican, you know.
Yeah, I know you're Jamaican. I couldn't tell by the way you talk, by the way.
Yeah, but you see,
your accent is not Jamaican at all.
Okay.
Don't
You're
worry.
going to a belief.
Don't worry, brother. Me and you cannot talk today on this subject. Today we're looking for problems. Thank you for your time, my brother.
Okay.
Come.
Hello, Mr. Man.
Yo. What's going on?
I'm chilling.
All right, let's talk, yeah? Let's talk. So, you don't believe in God? Yeah, that's what I'm hearing, yeah?
Do I not believe in God? Wow.
Surprise, yeah?
Yeah, I didn't know that I didn't believe in God.
No, let's go right back to the beginning. So, you don't believe in God. One thing I need to say, yeah? So, basically, if I tell you this item, a cup, whatever item, yeah? Sorry. What again? If I tell you something created itself, let's say like a cup or a plate, would you believe me?
No.
So that means something created it, right?
Depends.
What do you mean depends?
Because I'm not the one who's telling you that the cup created itself. You're the one who's telling me that God created himself.
God created himself.
Yeah, who created God?
Okay, one thing you have to understand here, a fish cannot think like a lion. Am I correct? A fish is a fish.
And a lion cannot think like a fish.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And a lion cannot dominate a fish in a fish's house.
Okay, listen to this, yeah. So we can't compare the two. All right.
Yeah, but it's not the same comparison when I'm comparing God and I'm comparing the object, because you said to me that if I see a cap, am I going to think that the cap created itself? You were using the cap as an item, as something, someone. So
Don't worry, I haven't landed yet. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. Let's just take our steps. So basically, what I'm trying to say now is you have to understand that we are limited of what we know. We cannot
I,
compare, like your knowledge right now, yeah, of what you know, your experience of what you know. If you put someone on live that don't have your knowledge, don't have your experience, haven't been to the same school, hasn't done the research that you've done, you're gonna smash them up because they lack knowledge to challenge you. Yeah. Basically, what I'm trying to say, we cannot compare ourselves to God.
I'm not
We can
comparing
go,
ourselves to God. I'm asking a generic
but
question. We should apply to all things, including God. As long as you're saying that something cannot create itself, there ought to be no
Mhm.
exceptions. As long as there's one exception, then there's possible to be multiple exceptions. It's possible that there could be multiple exceptions. So either things can create themselves, or people can create themselves, or not. You cannot eat from, bro. You cannot look forward and look backwards at the same time. You cannot look right and look. You cannot turn right and turn left at the same time. Okay, so either you're gonna stand with the statement that people and things cannot make themselves, or things, in fact, could make themselves. And the only thing that you know so far that could make itself is God. If that's what you're saying to me, I can even give you a little bit of cookies. But you
God,
cannot play both things.
God don't live in our existence. He doesn't live in on our time, correct? He live outside time. You know that, right?
Do you know what you mean by outside time?
Do I know what I mean?
Yeah.
Basically, our existence, what we believe, like his ways is not our ways. The way we're thinking, the way we're doing things is not the way that God does things. So there's only so far that we can think. With our 5 pound brain, the way you want to call it, we
But
cannot
you don't
go
know
to his
that though.
level.
You don't know that
Yeah?
though. You don't know that.
Oh,
The only
I
reason
mean,
why
I
you
mean,
were
I mean, I mean,
no
I
no
mean,
listen
we all
no
don't
no
know
no
a lot of
no
things
no
by
no
fact.
no listen. To be
Mm,
fair and honest with you, the only reason
mhm,
why you were able to compare the lion and the fish is because your
mhm.
intelligence is higher than theirs. That's the only reason. Now, you can't tell me what to think about God or what God is because and then while claiming at the same time that your intelligence is less than God. The fact that you're telling me what God is and the fact that you're saying that we can't compare to God, it's almost as if you know God. It's almost as if you're God's equal or even greater than God Himself,
Oh
right?
no, do you know
If
what? Yeah,
if
like
you are also part of the inferiority race of people who cannot compare to God, maybe part of what you don't know is that God was created. You just don't know
do you know
how.
what? Do you know what? Like we all don't know a lot of things, right? We don't know everything. We assume that we know everything. We're trying to find the truth. I mean, that's the part of the reason why we're having this conversation because we're trying to find the truth of a lot of things. But what I'm saying, I do believe there's God. Yeah, because if you look at
There's a
life
difference.
itself.
There is a difference between you believing that there is a God and you knowing that there is a God. Precisely, I don't really too much have a
Oh,
problem with you
I do
believing
know.
that. No, no, no.
I
I
do
don't
know.
too much have a problem with you believing that there is a God because you have your personal reasons why. But you now claiming that your belief is the equivalent of you knowing. I think that I can wipe the floor with your knowledge any day because you actually don't know. You just believe.
Okay.
You just
So,
feel
all right.
like it.
So, hold on a minute. Let me ask you a question. So, you believe there's no God, right?
Couldn't possibly be one. Not the way you guys have described it.
So, there's multiple. There's multiple gods.
At the very best, all the reasons that you guys give for why there is a God actually points to the possibility of an external civilization. Yes, which we will not even know because obviously we're not exposed to it. But before we ever look at anything in this world and conclude that it's the work of a God, we first have to eliminate the possibility that it could be the product of just a different race of intelligent beings. And if we haven't reached that conclusion where we can conclusively say that it's not a different race of intelligent beings, then we cannot necessarily jump to an almighty, all powerful God who's outside space and time. You know? And to be honest, look at the way we treat animals just because we're slightly better than them. Imagine if there were a bunch of intelligent beings who were slightly better than us. It's not a strange thing that they will make us worship them like gods. Shit, our kings and queens make us bow to them. You think that it's so strange that if there was an external civilization that was just slightly more advanced than we are, maybe they have a longer lifespan than we are, have slightly better resources, that they will pull up here and begin to be our buddies? No. When we catch animals, we put them in the zoo. So I would imagine that if there's someone that is slightly better than us, in the same way we are better than animals, they might want to put us in the zoo too. The earth kind of feels like a huge zoo.
So
Maybe somebody right now is having dinner and human is on the menu. Who knows?
who knows? That's correct.
Mhm.
But so basically, in your belief, God didn't create us. Yeah.
Yeah,
Aliens.
the idea of an omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient God is just a product of uncivilized human beings who didn't have the highest analytical skills, to be honest. Like I said, by process of elimination, before you conclude with an omnipresent, with a being that has omni properties, you first have to eliminate beings that don't have omni properties but do have great properties. Because we see that civilization and development and morality can come in ranking. Even in our world, there's a food chain. We typically call it the food chain.
Mhm.
Species of a higher order at the extreme level usually look at lesser species as food. So if you were to describe an omnipresent, an all-knowing, all-powerful being has no reason to create. Such a being won't even create. Creation is always out of necessity. You make something because you need that thing to do something that you couldn't do without that thing, even if it's just entertainment. So our ancestors and those who came before us from all around the world, there's many things they didn't know about the world, and there's many things they didn't have answers for. So they just made up stories. That's why the God of the Bible, the God of the Quran, it's not really that different from the God of the Greeks and the God of the Babylonians. All those people built great civilizations, and those great civilizations fell. And many of them, their religions that they used to believe was true, the same way you believe that your religion is true, we now refer to it as mythologies. Chances is 2,000 years from now, your descendants will look at what you believe and think that you were a primitive guy who lived in a cave.
Yep, and so on and so on and so on. Listen, I'm not disagreeing. Okay, this is just experience and knowledge that we know. Things have been passed on. Okay, things have been passed on. That's true. So there's a higher power, basically, what you're saying, than us.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
I
so
don't think that. I don't think that.
we are the top.
I don't think that. No, nobody's at the top. Nobody's at the bottom. I don't think that you can compare intelligences between two different species. I think you can only compare intelligences between those who have equal capacity. So I can only compare myself to you because you and I have like equal capacity. So I'll only compare myself to you based on what I can do with what we equally have, right? So I could say, hey man, I'm slightly more intelligent than you because I committed more time to study this thing that you didn't study. But the moment there's a different type of being with a different type of intelligence, it's like you comparing a triangle and a square. It's like you comparing a shark and an eagle. A shark is a predator, a prime predator, right? That means that there is no other predator in its natural environment that preys on it, even though that's not true because orcas can kill sharks, right? A whale is a very big predator that swallows everything, but a few hundred sharks can destroy that whale. So even prime predators have their natural enemies. An eagle is a prime predator. But when it comes to the ground, what happens? It cannot wrestle with the lion. But in the sky, it dominates. But with the advent of human beings putting aircraft in the sky, there's no eagle that can survive an aircraft engine. Uh-oh.